over a millennia before they did the work of governance. They started with prayer. And in fact, they called us Christians the first atheists, but it has a new meaning today. But that process has been successful and it benefits us today, and so we give God thanks. Our God, a monotheistic God, the ever-living God, who has claimed each and every one of us as his own. So we call on him today to bless this proceeding. So let us pray. Ever-living, Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send down upon those who hold office in this territory that with a spirit of wisdom, charity, forbearance, and justice, that with steadfast purpose and grace, they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being, dignity, and care of all our people. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This house now convenes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oath.
Please rise.
I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will well and truly serve His Majesty King Charles III and the people of the Virgin Islands in the office of Attorney General. I, Joanne Williams Roberts, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law.
Please be seated. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 3, confirmation of minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 2nd day of July 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? There being no dissenting voice, the minutes hereby stand confirmed as circulated. Honorable members, is it your pleasure that the minutes of the meeting held on the 9th day of July 2024, which have been circulated to members, be confirmed? Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, item 6. Presentation of papers. Where refers to the Deputy Premier Minister of Financial Services, Labor and Trade, laid on the table the following document. Should that be laid on behalf of the Premier, Minister of Finance? Item 6. Because I think that's what was done.
All right, I believe it's best for us to just check the records again.
Okay.
And then we will have this circulated another day. Is that the only concern?
Yeah, there's one other concern, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on item It is now 2023. The Premier move a motion amending the order paper and include a new item under public business 811 for the introduction. Shouldn't that be public business, government business 812?
Could you just remind me of which number?
23 minus
23 or 33?
23.
23.
Because they also have private members' business.
I understand.
Okay, thanks.
You're correct.
That's all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. All right, members, we will have these minutes amended and recirculated. Given that, I'll call upon the clerk.
Item number 4, announcements by the speaker. Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, presentation of paper.
Thank you. I call upon the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith, to lay her documents on the table.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following document. Virgin Islands Minimum Wage Review prepared by the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, April 2024.
Thank you. Yes. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable
Madam
Skelton.
Speaker, can I suggest that this is such an important topic that be put on the order paper at a later date to be debated, so the public could be quite aware of all the concerns in the document?
So I take it that a motion will be made at a later stage
Yes.
for the debate of this report. Duly noted. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I raise a point of order. Can I leave my paper also, please, my amendment?
Let's take a brief recess, please. This House now resumes a sit-in. Madam Clerk. I will call you again, okay? Yes. I call upon the clock.
Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to give notice.
Madam Speaker, before I give notice, Madam Speaker, I just want to, on behalf of the government, to extend heartfelt condolences to our Acting Attorney General, who lost her father. And we send our collective thoughts and prayers to her as she grieves at this very difficult time. And I know, of course, all the members of the House would join me certainly in expressing those sincere condolences. And we appreciate your presence here, even though, of course, you've had such a huge loss in your life. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1.1 under order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business, government business.
I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024 be read a second time. And I'll now just say a few short words, Madam Speaker, in support of the objects and reasons of the bill. Madam Speaker, the first thing I want to make abundantly clear to the people of the Virgin Islands is that I bring this bill on behalf of the governor, who is responsible for this piece of legislation. As we all know, we have gone through a commission of inquiry, which was called by former Governor Augustus Jasport in 2021. And he would have appointed a former judge, Sir Gary Hickenbottom, to conduct an inquiry as to whether there may have been corruption or dishonesty or abuse of office in the Virgin Islands. And Sir Gary Hickenbottom conducted a very wide-ranging review of governance matters in the Virgin Islands. As he had the power to do so, he was able to seek information, evidence, call witnesses, interview persons, examine documentation, etc., to be able to come to conclusions in regard to the terms of reference which were established for this inquiry. He completed his report in 2022, and that report was made public somewhere in April, towards the end of April in 2022. And of course, we would recall that one of the major recommendations of the report was the suspension of certain aspects of our Constitution, essentially suspending democracy in the Virgin Islands and going back to direct rule. Now, Madam Speaker, in the Commission of Inquiry report, Sir Gary Hickenbottom makes a recommendation that the Commission of Inquiry Act, which was established in 1880, that it be modernized, and that we look at other common law jurisdictions for guidance in the modernization of this Commission of Inquiry Act. He also called for a review to be done. That review was conducted in agreement with the governor and myself. Ms. Dalmini, who was a former employee of the Attorney General's Chambers, conducted a review which was completed quite some time ago, and gave her recommendations as it pertains to the modernization of this bill. Ms. Dalmini made reference to 3 other common law jurisdictions for guidance in modernizing this bill. One was the Inquiries Act from New Zealand, which is a member of the Commonwealth, a former colony of the United Kingdom. She also pointed us to the United Kingdom's Act. They have an Inquiries Act. And she also pointed us to, I believe it would be Tanzania, which all have Inquiries Acts. And we would find them throughout the world, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what is important for us is to acknowledge the function of being able to call inquiries is an important part of good governance, because there are matters in our society which need to be inquired into. And here in the Virgin Islands, we've had inquiries in the past. Madam Speaker, we also have different bodies in the Virgin Islands which have the power to inquire or to investigate. We would have the Complaints Commissioner, who has the power to inquire and to investigate. We have the Public Accounts Committee, which has the power to inquire and investigate on financial matters. We have the governor himself, who has constitutional powers to be able to inquire and to investigate. We have the Auditor General, who has certain powers to inquire and investigate. Madam Speaker, we came to this honorable House and we passed integrity in public life legislation, which gives the Integrity Commission the powers to inquire, the powers to investigate. And now we are here, Madam Speaker, with what we are referring to as the Inquiries Bill, which gives the governor in this bill the power to inquire or to set up commissions that can inquire and to appoint a commission, a commissioner or commissioners to be able to inquire into any matter. As I said before, Madam Speaker, I've brought this bill on behalf of the governor, and in cabinet we would have allowed the bill to come through to the House of Assembly to go through the democratic process. Madam Speaker, I believe it is prudent to allow the House of Assembly the opportunity to deliberate on what the governor and his office has proposed. But we expect, Madam Speaker, that when the democratic process takes place, there will be changes to the bill. Because when a bill receives its first reading, it receives its first reading and it's gazetted so that members of the public can see what has been proposed. And those members of the public would make representation to their representatives in the House of Assembly, and they would expect that based on those representations, that their representatives would advocate on their behalf, especially members of the opposition and backbenchers who are not members of cabinet, Madam Speaker. So I would expect today that the debate, we would hear some of those representations that individual representatives are making on behalf of their constituents. That is how democracy functions. And we would expect that in the committee stage, those very same members would make proposals for amendments so that we can get the best bill possible. But Madam Speaker, as I'm speaking about democracy, which is something that we've been fighting to maintain in this whole Commission of Inquiry process, I must say that we must keep democracy in mind as we deliberate on this bill. I don't think I have to remind persons that when this legislation was first established, things were far different in the Virgin Islands. This legislation was established in 1880. And we cannot just change 1880 to 2024 and say that we've modernized it. We have to take account of the changes which have taken place since 1880. In 1880, we would have been just a few decades removed from chattel slavery. Most of the Virgin Islands and the British West Indies would have been emancipated in 1834. In the case of Nottingham Estate, where we have a few descendants here in the house, we would have been emancipated or manumitted all the way from 1776, which would have been, I believe, over 50 to 60 years before the rest of the British West Indies. And in 2 years, we will celebrate 250 years of emancipation, those descendants from Nottingham Estate. So 1880 was not that far from enslavement. And as we would know, when slavery ended, colonialism did not end, and racism did not end. That continued, and some would say has continued right up until today. But certainly in 1880, I would have to check the records and see when the House of Assembly was abolished before, what year that took. When that was set up. But before that, House of Assembly before would not have included a democratic process, let's say. It would have mainly been representatives of the planter class. We received information from persons like Dr. Angel Smith that we did have some level of representation among persons who were landowners, because of course, these would have been some of the things that would have prevented persons from serving in the House of Assembly, whether you owned land and things like that, and other requirements which would have prohibited vast majority of persons from being able to serve in the House of Assembly. Yes, and of course, we would not have experienced universal suffrage until much more recent times. We know that in 1901, that House of Assembly was abolished, and we did not have universal suffrage until a man by the name of Theodore Faulkner, Carlton de Castro, Isaac Glanny Fonseca, and 1,500 other persons marched in the streets of Road Town to demand that our human rights, our civil rights, our democratic rights were acknowledged, respected, and established. And for the very first time in 1950, we would have introduced a system where the descendants of the enslaved could democratically choose their own representation, that they could elect, and their busts are right in front of this House of Assembly as a constant reminder to us of the fight that had to take place for us to have our human and our civil rights acknowledged and respected. It did not come without struggle. It is a right that we had to match for. to advocate for rights that we had to demand. We had to demand those rights. And when we were able to do that in 1950, our standard of living started to improve dramatically. And Madam Speaker, we can see the development of the Virgin Islands from that time in 1950. The time that persons like my great uncle Leslie Malone and those persons got into the House and started proposing legislation to help to establish a tourism industry, etc. And persons were able to interact with investors and other persons and attract them to the Virgin Islands, and you start to establish airports, and you start to establish the mechanisms that would allow you to be able to build your economy, which provided the money, the resources to be able to develop the territory. And that persons could go and advocate to the United Kingdom for assistance in various areas. Madam Speaker. And we start to see improvement, and we have constitutional development that took place at various points. Constitutional scholars would know the dates, but of course, we would have introduced, after starting with an at-large system, we would have introduced a district system to ensure that we had better representation outside of Road Town, where there was a general neglect, which would have brought persons like H.L. Stout and Ivan Dawson and Terence Lettsome and others into power, Madam Speaker, so we could develop not just Road Town, but other aspects of the Virgin Islands, Virgin Gorda, Antigua, etc. We would have introduced ministerial form of government, 1967. We would have gotten the authority to have our own Minister of Finance in 1977, 78, somewhere around there. And then after that, I believe the next bit of constitutional development may have been maybe amendment that allowed for at-large system to return to the Virgin Islands in 1995 or so, somewhere around there. And then 2007, when we have this more modern constitution that we have now. But Madam Speaker, we just have to ensure that when we pass a bill that reflects that constitutional development, that reflects the fact that we have ministers of government who are assuming responsibility for majority of the aspects of governance in this territory, and that we have a bill that does not smack of the colonialism of 1880. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that. And perhaps one area that has already come to my attention from some of my constituents has to do who can call a commission of inquiry. My constituents have already brought that to my attention after the first reading of the bill. Who can call a commission of inquiry? The other common law jurisdictions which we were pointed to, let's take the United Kingdom for instance. In the United Kingdom, ministers of government have the authority to be able to call inquiries. In the New Zealand Inquiries Act, as a Commonwealth jurisdiction, they have a Governor General. And most times, most of these former United Kingdom colonies, they replace the governors who would have been there during the colonial times with governor generals. And in New Zealand, the governor general can call what is referred to as a public inquiry. And then in New Zealand, ministers can also call inquiries. And none of that would be reflected in the bill before the House today. And the question is whether that is truly modern. And that is something that I bring here on behalf of my constituents for House of Assembly members to deliberate on, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I won't say too much else. It is appropriate, it is correct for those in authority to be able to have the power to inquire into matters. And these matters don't have to deal with corruption alone. They can deal with lots of other areas. You know, I agree with a transparent process. Certainly there are things that came up. I'm sure the House of Assembly members will comment on them. Things came up in terms of this commission of inquiry that we have to assign our minds to. For instance, when you have things like the report, which is ready, how that happens. Does the report have to be presented to Cabinet before it can be published for the world to see? Those things we have to assign our minds to. Do we have to make sure that the powers of the commissioner conscious of our constitutional rights, that they are not abrogated in any way? We have a Bill of Rights under the Constitution. We have the principles of natural justice, which have to be respected and enshrined in the Constitution. Everybody is supposed to have due process. Things like access to representation. How is the access to representation in this act established? Protection for witnesses, protection for persons who are being inquired into. Have to make sure that those protections exist. And all of these things would be, of course, things would exist in other common law jurisdictions. So the question is, because we are a colony of the United Kingdom, does it mean that we are not due the same protections before the law? The same immunities and privileges which are enshrined in the Constitution? Are those not due to us? So, Madam Speaker, I do have to say it's important, just in case anybody ever doubted it, it's important that we hold a standard as it pertains to what some would like to impose on us. We cannot allow things which are undemocratic and colonial in nature and archaic ruins which need to be left in history. We cannot allow those things to be imposed on us simply because we are presently referred to as a territory of the United Kingdom. And I certainly won't accept it for myself. And I won't accept it on behalf of the people I represent. Because in Nottingham Estate, we've been free for a long time. And we are not going to return to any form of slavery. In fact, I say it without reservation, Madam Speaker. My ambition for the Virgin Islands, my aspiration, is that we free ourselves completely of this colonial relationship that we are presently subject to. And I believe if we who are political leaders can unite on that point, though we disagree on many points, if we can unite on that point and grab the bull by the horns, we will not have to be subject to colonial, unequal, dehumanizing in some respects behavior. But until we get there, I don't believe we should accept unequal colonial relationship. We should hold the United Kingdom accountable to this modern partnership that we speak about. It should not just be modern partnership in terms of words, that should be reflected in actions. Madam Speaker. So having said those few words, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat and look very much forward to the contributions made by various members of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Let me just indicate I am setting time limitations with the leader of the opposition receiving 40 minutes and every other member 25 minutes. Any member wish to debate at this time? I recognize the leader of the opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions to the Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill that is before this House. Madam Speaker, I wasn't feeling well over the holiday, so I didn't get a good 3 readings from going through the bill so I can make my contributions as watertight as possible. But Madam Speaker, my reading of this bill says to me that there are rules for everybody else, and there's ultimate rule for one person. I think, like the Premier, in today's democracy, I don't know what it means anymore, this word democracy, as we go through the COI recommendations and bills before this House. It's getting blurry, Madam Speaker, this word democracy, and it seems to be more of a huge gray area than a defined line. You know, you hear about socialism, you hear about communism, you hear about, but if this is not close to one of those, totalitarianism, Madam Speaker, I thank all the teachers for helping me out there. Madam Speaker, this is as close as you can get to dictatorship. And any educated person sitting in any place in authority, if they can read this bill and believe in their mind, in their conscience, in their spirit, if they have one, that this makes sense in a modern democracy, something has to be wrong. Something has to be wrong. Madam Speaker, as elected officials, it is our responsibility and it's our duty to make sure that the laws and rules and regulations we pass are in the interests of our people and our country. Madam Speaker, you heard me stand here, you saw me stand here on many occasions, and I go back to the foundation of our country, because to me the foundation is where we need to get our strength from so we can continue to grow. You know, whenever dry weather comes, the trees drop their leaves and drop their branches, and when the rain comes in, everything comes back to normal. I think as a people and a country, we need to go back to the foundation, Madam Speaker. The Premier spoke about when we got ministerial, not ministerial, but the Legislative Council, 1950. And he mentioned the guys out there on the wall, Gladys Fonseca, Howard Penn, Bruce, Carlton DeCastro, those first Faulkner, those first set of people or heroes who really say, you know, this country can be more than what it is. And they set their eyes on a prize and they went for it. And then the next generation of people that came after, when we got constitutional advancement in ministerial government, took it further than they did. And there's another generation coming who's taking it, so should take it further. Madam Speaker, if you look at the history, wherever the United Kingdom was in charge, and the local representative had no authority to do anything, nothing happens. Nothing happens. I show if you go back to the Cayman Islands, Turks and Caicos, Islands, where the governor was in charge after a COI inquiry, nothing happened in that country. Madam Speaker, we have a good sense, we have a good responsibility, we know what we want, what we need to do to build our country. Yes, there are problems. We can't just go doing things without rules and regulations. But Madam Speaker, this bill before the House says that the governor is responsible for calling a commissioner inquiry, immunity. Madam Speaker, it is just ridiculous in a modern democracy like we have now. And I will take you through some of the bill a bit later, Madam Speaker, to point out some of the things that I think that is dead wrong. Like the Premier mentioned, Madam Speaker, he mentioned that we had a Delmini who did the review and mentioned three jurisdictions that have these Commission Inquiries Act: New Zealand, the UK, and Tanzania. That where she got her reference points from. But if this bill before us, all that was done to it, an 1880 bill, is just change some wording and trying to correct. I don't know if it's a correction, To me, you had an anomaly in the system, which was the last COI, where the witnesses and and other people tried to test the extent of the 1880 Act, and now you're trying to correct it here, but you're overcorrecting, and you're playing with democracy. And it cannot be allowed to happen, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for example, in this bill, the governor, it says everything the governor should do this, the governor. But in any bill that is ministerial in nature, where the premier is in charge or the deputy or minister for health or works or education is in charge, they don't have this kind of authority at all, and they should not have it. We should not have this level of authority. But for somebody, because they're the UK representative, to have this level of authority in a democracy, a modern democracy today, they can't convince me that this makes sense. It cannot. And they know it. They know it. What they're relying on is that the people of this country, they're so disenchanted with elected officials that they will do nothing and they will allow them to take over. But people of the Virgin Islands, if you don't hear from me again, listen closely. If you allow stuff like this to happen, it's not just elected officials they will tamper with. Your rights, your rights to live in this country, your rights to do what is necessary to be done in this country will also be hampered. So don't think you're spiting or you're hurting elected officials. You're hurting yourself, you're hurting your families, you're hurting the people who you love so dearly, people of these Virgin Islands. So let us not lose focus on what is important to us. Let us insist that our elected officials make rules and regulations to hold themselves accountable. But to give one person the ultimate power is not the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, if we go to the beginning of the bill, they said the bill, this act may be cited as the Virgin Islands Inquiries Act 2024, and this act shall come into force at the date as the governor made by proclamation published in the Gazette appoint. And then it goes on to the interpretation, different levels of interpretation. And it says here in, what is now, 733, where the inquiry consists of two or more commissioners, the governor shall appoint one of the commissioners to be chairperson and all that kind of stuff. The governor appoints everybody without any consultation, without any referral to the House of Assembly, to the Premier, to anything. Madam Speaker, we have been making laws in this House and I've been around here for probably the last, 20 years? Madam Speaker, all of these things that used to exist before, we try to make them as democratic and with a lot of checks and balances on them. So if we make something like this, it must be approved by the cabinet. It must be approved by the House of Assembly. But nothing applies to this bill now. And this, sorry, Madam Speaker, I had the flu, COVID, which one? Really, you can say some. So, Madam Speaker, it says here that governor appoints. He looks for them, he appoints them, and that is it. That is the law. And the chairman, he appoints the chairman. That is it. Madam Speaker, I think we're making an assumption that all people appointed as governors are good and proper people. And they have the skill set and the knowledge and whatever it is to make a lot of these decisions. But they're just humans just like us. We all make mistakes. So Madam Speaker, for that to exist in a law today, if you go to the courts, at least you have some place. If you're appointing a judge, you have some committee that appoints the judge, and regardless of where it is, if you're appointing a judge for the Supreme Court, you got to have 60-something%, 2/3 vote and all kind of stuff. Here you have nothing. This is colonialism, or this is foolishness, if you ask me. This cannot be allowed to happen. And if the governor is not going to assent because things like this change for the betterment of democracy, something is wrong. There is something that is more sinister going on than just what we are reading, because I don't think that can be what the governor wants to do, or what the British think that this should happen in a modern partnership democracy. Madam Speaker, if you go to inquiries not sufficient to change of governor, it says here under clause 9, an inquiry appointed under this act shall not last by reason of or be otherwise affected by the death, absence, removal of a governor. I don't think I have a problem with the way it's written, Madam Speaker. But it is implying here that there was something else. This is implying that because you put something in place, that if you're not the governor anymore, you expired, something of that nature, that the inquiry must stop. Which other law in the world, the things are written like that? Why is this necessary in here? In a modern piece of legislation? Even in the courts, Madam Speaker, when the defendants pass away and the plaintiff, the case finish? They don't. So what is this all about? We're making laws for a specific set of situations that don't exist, and we think we're making sense. This showing that something is wrong. You have ulterior motives. This kind of, Madam Speaker, some of this stuff here, if you go, Madam Speaker, to 12.11.2, employment of staff and counsel, it says, notwithstanding the provision of the Legal Profession Act 2015, a person appointed as legal counsel, pursuant to subsection 1, shall not, for the purposes of this inquiry, require a practicing certificate. I know I listened to this thing, I listened to this during the commissioner inquiry, and the commissioner inquiry clearly will have some terms of reference which they must operate under. But because you run into a difficulty, you're willing to destroy every other system to get what you think you should get. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with it. Because if you appoint a commissioner inquiry and you know these things are necessary, well then you could put these things in place. You don't need to to destroy other systems in order for you to get your way. This cannot be democracy. And I think there needs to find a way. If you need to practice law here in the Virgin Islands, and you need a certificate, I think you should get a certificate. To just because it's a commission inquiry. Suppose it's a commission inquiry on something not like what we saw here with the COI. Suppose it's something trivial. You do this kind of stuff, make laws to just because you're the big bad wolf or something. Madam Speaker, that cannot be right. If you need a certificate, you plan in advance and get your certificates and move forward. You know, remuneration of commissioners and staff. The government may determine that what remuneration, if any, shall be paid. Not even the cabinet. They've been saying cabinet will, not even the Minister of Finance. What kind of, Madam Speaker, these 5 ministers, I read between the lines of the Premier when he was making his presentation, Madam Speaker, that he doesn't agree with a lot of this stuff. But because I guess they're saying, we get out there in a soapbox and we saying, and we say the people we're going to represent them and nobody going to interfere with our representation of our people. And as soon as we got elected, we formed the government, we signed a thing saying we can't give out any information without the consent of the governor. And I think that's what is happening here. And I hope the other ministers will get up and voice their concern over this bill, because I know the colonial thing is buying you collective responsibility, but I don't think I think the ministers are collective in their responsibility on this bill, that they don't agree with a lot of stuff in it, so they should need to say so. And not just have us in opposition guessing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we go to the duties of the commissioners, powers of inquiry, we under 15.1, subject to this act, the inquiry may regulate its own procedure and may make rules for the purpose. And then they list under 2, without limit to quite a number of things. They're lengthy, Madam Speaker, who may address the inquiry and so forth and so on. Madam Speaker, what I don't understand here, what confuses me, is that the inquiry will have terms of reference of engagement. But in the law itself, not in the regulations, in this law it says, it spells out some specific stuff. And I have a difficulty trying to put terms of reference and these things here together. Now, I know in a lot of laws we say the committee will regulate its own proceedings. And that means something simple. That means, the time of meetings and who shall be there and stuff like that. But this is extensive. Whether to resolve evidence, all other decisions necessary. So this is much more extensive. And should it be here or it should be in the regulations? Madam Speaker, under public access to inquiry proceedings and information, they're either trying to make a fool of all of us or trying to make the system more democratic than it should. Here, up there is no democracy, but during the investigation and the procedure now, they're bringing some democratic processes. They say public access to inquiry, proceedings, and information under 16, 1B, Madam Speaker. It says, subject to any restrictions imposed by an order under Section 17, the chairperson shall take steps as he or she considers reasonable, ensure that the members of the public are able to, members of the public are able, A, to attend, and B, to obtain or to view a record of evidence and documents given, produced, or provided to the inquiry. Madam Speaker, this is during the inquiry, you know. This is not after the information becomes public. This is during that any news outfit in the world, before a decision is made, can get information. Something is wrong with the drafting here, or that cannot be the intent of the bill. Madam Speaker, restriction of public access. 17.1, it says, subject to subsection 2, the chairperson may make an order restricting, and then they start the restriction. And under 2B, Roman numeral 2, it says the order may be issued during the course of the inquiry, and the chairperson shall specify in the order only such restriction as necessary in the public interest, having regard to the matters provided for its subsection 3. Whose public interest they're talking about? You know, because when you read the document, you see dictatorship, and then you got the inquiry. So you have your people, your own people, and you expose them like how they did in this UI. They expose them to all the ridicule and stuff of the public, and make all your leaders, and whoever you think was of somebody, bring you to your knees or whatever it takes. And some of this stuff cannot be allowed to happen. You know, yes, you could have a public inquiry. You could be, but when you just, well, I give you information and you leak it immediately to the public. And the public, what they're talking about is the press. You know, before I can defend myself, but you cannot allow that to happen, Madam Speaker. It says here, Madam Speaker, under the rights of legal representation. And on the very end of it, it says, by leave of the chairperson, be represented by legal practitioner. They say you have a right to legal, a person whose conduct is the subject of inquiry under the Act, who is in any way implicated concerning any matter under an inquiry, could get a legal practitioner. But then at the end it says that the chairperson could grant that. That can't be right. And under the same section, under 4, in exceptional circumstances where legal representation cannot be provided as before to in subsection 2, the funding shall be provided for legal representation taking into consideration the following matters. And at least 3 matters here, whether the person could afford it, and the end with C, any other matter relating to the public interest. So here again, I don't know if it's saying that a person could get legal and the commissioners will pay for it, or the legal representation is for the commission. So this under section 2. And they say the power, if you go, Madam Speaker, to clause 19, report of the inquiry, it says the chairperson shall deliver a final report to the governor. And it says what the report shall include. And 3 says, every commissioner shall sign the final report, and if they are unable to produce a unanimous report, the final report shall reflect the areas of points of disagreement. And then 4 says, notwithstanding one before delivering the final report, the chairperson may deliver, it said may, which means will, deliver, in this case, deliver to the governor an interim report containing information of the proceedings. What is this about? This clause. Why you set up a commission inquiry? It's carrying out its duties. Why do you need an interim report? Because you're the governor? I thought yes. I don't understand that part of it, Madam Speaker. That part cannot be what I think it means. You mean a court case going on and the judge must pass reports to the governor? For what purpose? No, it's dead and it's not. He interfering with the very process. And he can't think that is right. Madam Speaker, if we fall under report to be sent to the Premier, this is where I think that they just dropped this in here. 21, subject to subsection 2, the governor shall forward a copy of the final report to the Premier within a reasonable time after receipt. I don't understand what reasonable time means. But reasonable people I understand. But with unreasonable people, when is a reasonable time? We just need to be more specific. In some part of the report, it said within 2 months, 3 months. Why don't we be specific? Within 30 days, within 60 days. Madam Speaker, 22, the report sent to the Premier pursuant to subsection 1, and this is the good part of it, shall be redacted before being forwarded. And we're gonna send something back with this kind of foolishness in it. You're either the Premier, you're not. There's no respect. This is to put this in writing. To put it in writing is that needs to be a discussion between the Premier and the governor. Not you say he could send it, but it could be redacted. No, man, some of the stuff though is not right. The Premier, in his or her official capacity, is the subject of inquiry. The Premier, in his or her personal capacity, in other words, this is one of our former Premier's clause. You know, I can read through this and see the putting clause for specific people. Yeah, I can read through it. But I understand if you're dealing in economics and business, there's always an anomaly. But you can't make all your rules and regulations based on that anomaly. It's a blip in the stuff, you have to try to erase it, but you cannot make laws to blip. That means you're going to another side of the pendulum. You know, you can't do that, Madam Speaker. And a 3 says, within 3 months of receiving the report, referred to in subsection 9.1, the governor shall submit the report to Cabinet and shall cause the report to be laid before the House of Assembly. Here's a 3-month thing. It must come to Cabinet within 3 months. And then under section 21, 3, Madam Speaker, The governor may withhold material in the final report from publication to such extent as is required by any statutory provision, rule, or law. And then the key thing here may be considered necessary in the public interest. You know, and then they could they could hide everything under public interest and national security. That can't be something come on, if you did a report in any court proceedings, you can go and get a transcript of everything, right? Do they redact things in the courts? Madam Speaker, do they redact before they become public, or if you carry to court, it is public? Unless it's a matter for juvenile or children. Then the whole report is private. And Madam Speaker, the power to summon witnesses, and then we have here, I guess when we get in the committee stage, that part of it we need to look at. And then under section 22.5, it says that where a person failed to comply with or act in the breach of a notice made under this part or threatened to do so. I don't understand what that part means. It says here, where a person fails to comply with or act in breach of a notice made under this part or threatened to do so. What's threatened to do so? If I say I am not going to submit the report, that's a threat? Suppose I say it and then I submit them. And then they say here, if you do that kind of stuff, for the purpose of subsection 1D, they define what is under your control. So some of this stuff here needs. Oh yeah, this is the. You're quite right. This is the. I don't want to call name. You can't call name in the house if they're not here to defend themselves. One of the former speakers' clause. I think that's what this is. 22.5. And under Madam Speaker, and admissibility of evidence, under 25.1, that clause there needs where it says a person shall not be required to give, produce, or provide any evidence or documents under this act that he or she could not be required to give, produce in the court of law. So here it is, there is some justice here, but above there is there's something. I believe at the end, if you leave it like how it is, it may not be an enforceable document. But I know lawyers, so I'll leave it for the lawyers to argue this all over the courts. Madam Speaker, 26, privilege and confidence and confidentiality. You can claim privilege and or confidentiality with respect to things required. I don't know how that works with all the rest demands. Disclosure of evidence. And then it says here, an inquiry shall not make orders for general discovery, but may on its own initiative or on the application of another person, or any person to disclose. I don't understand. I underlined it so somebody can need to explain to me what this other person means, because I don't know what it means there. The immunities, and then this is where it gets, it says, no person shall, clause 28, Madam Speaker, no person shall compel to give evidence in a court or in any proceeding of a judicial nature in relation to inquiry. I don't understand. This is another clause that I guess stems from the COI, and they're conflicting to me, because I'm gonna go to the courts and I'm gonna swear that I'll be truthful and whatever else, And this piece of law is telling me I can't give evidence. So who do I abide by? Madam Speaker, I'm going to skip to non-application to other investigative bodies, award of costs. Madam Speaker, the commission under 32, the commissioners may, on their own initiative or on the application of any person by order, make an award of costs against any person participating in a summons to appear before the inquiry if there is a correction that is needed there. If they are satisfied that the conduct of the person has obstructed inquiry. Again, I don't understand. On one hand, you up above, you say the commission cannot award costs to anyone, and down here it's saying that you can. And I may be misinterpreting what it's saying, but if you're saying, telling me so, then telling me I can do it down here, something is not making sense. And then on the 2, it says, the inquiry may set the award of costs at any level it considers reasonable, having regard to all circumstances. I don't understand it. Madam Speaker, again, I need some clarification. Offenses and penalties. It says, and again, this is another clause, a person who willfully interrupts or disrupts the proceeding of inquiry or otherwise misbehaves during. Madam Speaker. How could this be? How could it be isn't there laws for these things already? No, man, some of this stuff don't make no sense.
Honorable Member, given that you're soon closed, I'll give you a few minutes to wrap up.
Yeah, almost there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the one I want to, the last sentence of those clauses, commit an offense. If you do any of these stuff, you commit an offense and convicted to a fine not exceeding $5,000 to imprisonment of 2 years in jail. $5,000 or 2 years in jail. How would it equate based on the other laws we have? We had $10,000 in a year in jail or something like that. And here it is, you get 5,000. I guess this misbehavior is more severe than in other places. Madam Speaker, I almost to the end, like right there. Regulations, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, before, just a quickie here on section 34(2)C. It says here that notwithstanding subsection 1, a person does not commit an offense if compliance is prevented by an enactment, rule, or law, or order of a court prohibiting or restricting disclosure or the manner of disclosure of any document, information, or things. I think the more I read it, the more I think you should pass it like how it is, you know. Because it will not be enforceable. It'll be subject to a lot of court cases. And regulations, Madam Speaker. Here is the icing so that people understand of second. Here is the icing on the cake. The governor, in his own deliberate mind, may make regulations for the giving effect to this provision of this act. Without cabinet, without the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, this kind of behavior in this act cannot be right. Yes, you run into some difficulty. You run into some very educated, smart, bright, who test the system. But you can't now make a law to govern them. Then you're taking away all the rights of law-abiding citizens. You're interfering with the rights of law-abiding citizens by just concentrating on one thing. And it cannot be allowed to happen. Madam Speaker, as the Premier says, you know, I grew up in this country when we had nothing. And I don't think they help us. A little boy growing up, we had no education, no health care, nothing that makes sense. We were on dirt roads, we were on all kind of stuff. And everybody can say that's long ago. That's you can get right back there. You're heading back there and you know it. I won't be with you, but you're heading there. You're heading back to those chicken outside the house. Where we gonna eat again? Okay. So we heading there. The Premier talks about the enslaved people and all that kind of stuff. 1950, and the women couldn't vote. We couldn't vote. I was refer me back to 1880, where I was listed as one of the cattle them. My ancestors, that is. We were cattle. We were conquered like the animals. We were part of that. We got away from that, fought away all the way to here. And now we're fighting for stupidness. Come on, this can't be right. If people in this country believe that this makes sense, yes, Premier, yes, the people out there we need to get the economy moving. We need to get people to get food and pay the rent and them kind of stuff. So people are gonna vote where food is free, food is available. They're not going to study you with these highfalutin things, you know, right now if you don't provide a strong basic stuff for them. Let's get food on the people's table, let's get their house rent paid. And Madam Speaker, I probably more against stuff like this because when I come my lineage of the Nottingham plantation, Madam Speaker, I say that I am a fifth generation from the skeleton slave. And it was skeleton, it was Luke, it was my grandfather, my father, and myself. 5 generations from a slave plantation. He's like 9 and 10. He wanted on a bit, but I don't think we can afford to go back there regardless of what happens. Madam Speaker, this bill needs surgery. And if the governor is listening to me, this needs surgery. This cannot because I don't want to be, because I like to treat everybody with respect and be nice to everybody, whether you're green, white, blue, or purple. I just don't think that in today's relationship with Britain, this is the right piece of legislation. There are all kind of laws in place that you can investigate whatever you need to investigate. You have a whole police force at your disposal. Why do this? This is a destructive force that needs to stop before it happens. I can't blame the last governor for all that happened in the COI because I think we brought some of it on ourselves. We know we were doing foolishness, we should have stopped or we should have kept our mouth shut. You know, why if you have a glass house, you work in the neighborhood throw rocks on? You expect to break your own window? One of the rock and bounce off. And that's all happened to us, but that's not the reason, you know, is it that, Madam Speaker, we cannot allow this bill to go like how it is. Please, if you have the governor telephone number. Please tell him send us a bill that make sense to me. Because, you know, they hold a threat, like you have a big rock about the order in council over your head and trying to intimidate you. But after being in chains and killing and whipping and all kind of stuff, you worry about the order in council? And let us cut our foolishness out and let us make laws for the good government and good governance of a country, not dictatorship. I am not for it, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Madam Speaker, I too rise to give my contribution to the Virgin Islands Inquiry Bill 2024 before this Honorable House. And Madam Speaker, it is indeed a very significant bill, but it is one that is troubling. It is one that is disturbing, if I may say the least. As we begin my discussion and my debate, given the limited time we have, and I will try my best to be respectful to it, so if I am approaching the 5-minute mark, Madam Speaker, please just let me know. Madam Speaker, we get so excited by the thought of freedom, but weary at the necessity of the submission to what it takes to be free. Every purpose in our life requires disciplined submission to some method, to some guideline. And true freedom, in my view, is the representation of courage. It is striving to achieve your highest purpose only by having the courage to submit to the process it takes to get there. Dr. Mae Jameson, the first female African-American astronaut, says, "Never be limited by other people's limited imaginations." W.E.B. Du Bois says, "The cost of liberty is less than the price of repression." Frederick Douglass says, Madam Speaker, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., "The time is always right to do what is right." A. Philip Randolph, Madam Speaker, civil rights activist, says, "Freedom is never given, it is won." And Colin Powell reminds us to have a vision and be demanding. Madam Speaker, it is funny that this document that came and it is now before us is almost the identical twin of the law that has been on this book, on the books of this territory since 1880. And we are now in 2024. And we are also some 17 years from the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007, which states, as I have read 4 times before in this house, second to last paragraph, affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at the stage of its development. And noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. Madam Speaker, there is a conflict. There is a conflict, and the conflict, Madam Speaker, is present because the United Kingdom continues to show through its representatives here in this territory that what is documented in the Virgin Islands Constitution Order is just mere words, because their actions are dictating and demonstrating something completely opposite. Madam Speaker, I am one who is never afraid to admit when I'm wrong, is never afraid of correction, because I believe it helps with growth and development. So the COI that we had, that was called by the two former governors before Jasper, which we called on ourselves, took us through exercises that exposed and highlighted areas that we needed to work on, but we knew we needed to work on, but it just seemingly meant more because somebody said it and somebody highlighted it. And now we are here doing the things that we know we were supposed to be doing all along. But Madam Speaker, through this entire process of these COI recommendations, I have been asking for one singular request from the United Kingdom government. Give us the resources, human and financial resources, to help us do the things that you have recommended in the COI report, to bring us to a place where our administrating powers, our governing powers, our executionary powers are stronger and more developed. Don't just keep highlighting what wrong, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to, Madam Speaker, the House of Assembly and the members elected by the people of this Virgin Islands, you use words repeatedly, Madam Speaker, almost trying to indent them in the minds of the people. You use corrupt and corruption. But when it comes to areas of your responsibility, the governor, deputy governor, and other areas, Madam Speaker, of their responsibility, which forms or falls under the UK remit, those words don't exist. And when you look at a piece of legislation, the Premier said this is the governor's bill, and I like how the Premier presented this one today, Madam Speaker. This is the governor's bill. This is the United Kingdom bill. And you mean to tell me all the people that the governor and the United Kingdom have and the resources they have, Madam Speaker, this is what they can bring to it in this House Assembly? A bill from 1880, and you just change the date to 2024 and take, you got to set a mumu up here, Madam Speaker. Who ain't going to read and write and understand? And then on top of it, Madam Speaker, you know who the bill for? It's our bill. Not the BILL. The cost of this thing is on the backs of the people of the Virgin Islands. But you, Madam Speaker, as a governor, have free reign in this modern partnership of mutual respect, which you're supposed to be helping me develop. You send this to cabinet, and I could only imagine members, as the chairman, this is important. We agreed to these deadlines, and we must meet these deadlines, and it needs to come to the House Assembly and go through this process. Madam Speaker, we know more. I went to school when my mother sent me. I didn't always pass every class, but I graduated. Thank you, Lord. Madam Speaker, the people of the Virgin Islands, you're telling me that in 2024, the government still has, and the governor and his group and his office is comfortable, Madam Speaker, sending a piece of legislation like this to this House Assembly when we are trying to grow democracy and improve the systems for the people of this territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. I got to talk in ways that they're going to understand. Madam Speaker, the leader of opposition did a great job. I have sections here highlighted. Number 3, the governor may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this act to inquire into any and report on any matter of public interest. The governor, he alone, by himself, nobody else, the governor. So, Madam Speaker, the Constitution suspended or ain't suspended? Because April 24th happened, where we went through a democratic process. There's a premier of this territory who leads the territory. The ministers of cabinet, Madam Speaker, established from this very constitutional order of 2007. But the governor alone? And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I've seen in some of these documents that come forward, there's reference made to Turks and Caicos, there's reference made to places like Anguilla, which have had some parts of their constitution suspended or take over for the United Kingdom, and they want to push this thing here, and we suspended, Madam Speaker. It can't be right. And you can't tell me, Madam Speaker, do the wrong thing because it's yours and you expect it to be right. This is wrong, Madam Speaker, on every aspect, every angle. Six, filling of vacancies and alteration. The governor may appoint to fill any vacancy. The governor, Madam Speaker, in 5, the governor, everything, the governor. 8, no action shall be brought against any inquiry, the commissioners or any person acting under the direction of the commissioners for an act done in good faith or omission made, anything reported or stated, execution or intended execution of the duty. Inquiry not affected by change of governor. Madam Speaker, so that's a good provisionary clause, because if an inquiry is called, no matter if a governor comes and leaving, that's fine. But Madam Speaker, why is all this control here on the governor? I used to tell my daughter, I always say, I am somebody. And Madam Speaker, we is somebody. We is people. We belong to mothers and fathers who know where this country came from and who built it to where it is, Madam Speaker. What the United Kingdom need to be doing and what the governor need to be doing through his group is bring the resources to help us. Because you might have felt that there was an aha moment or aha moments in the COI of 2020? 2021. Madam Speaker, you think you're going to repeat the same thing? And Madam Speaker, you're repeating the same thing in the same operation or strategy or mentality as the people had in 1880? Because we are getting ready to celebrate 70 years of emancipation celebrations in this territory. Almost 200 years of emancipation from slavery. And you mean to tell me, Madam Speaker, that it doesn't click on any one of their consciences, Madam Speaker, that this can be right? The Hornets team or the Bobcats, Madam Speaker, nobody don't know. From Charlotte, nobody don't know. Nobody reading this thing. Madam Speaker, it is offensive. Employment and staff and council. (11) and 12. It talks about the employment and staff. And then it goes down to the payment of the commissioners and staff. And Madam Speaker, what I don't understand, you're setting out all this thing. And I know if they're smart enough, then they're brazen enough, as the old people would say. If they're brazen enough, braggadocious enough, they're going to come point me to the fact that there's certain powers under the governor under Section 60 of the Constitution. But, Madam Speaker, you ain't going to dictate to me in this House of Assembly elected by the people of this Virgin Islands that you're going to dictate how we're going to operate, whether right, wrong, or indifferent, and then tell me I got to pay for it? You might Donald Trump. Madam Speaker, this is not it. It is not right. And this piece of legislation the ink should not even be able to dry. You should have run right off all at each page. But what it is, when you copy and paste, you don't got to type nothing. The only thing that changes is the date. Powers under the inquiry, Madam Speaker, Section 15. Subject to this act, the inquiry may regulate its own procedure and make rules for that purpose. Madam Speaker, my note here is free reign. Free reign to do whatsoever they will, to whomsoever they will, however they want to. Madam Speaker, they used to kill me. And keep us in chains, Madam Speaker. And above and beyond this, let's bring it to this modern day. If you have, as the governor has the right solely to just call inquiries and inquiries and inquiries, we know what happened in 2020, 2021. We remember what happened? The country was hijacked. Not a man moved, not even when morning comes. For months, Madam Speaker, the public service, public officers, permanent secretaries, officers of government, Madam Speaker, including members of the House Assembly, even though we were in here trying to do right by the people, Madam Speaker, everybody was handicapped by what was happening in this commissioner inquiry. Madam Speaker, talks about Madam Speaker, before I go to 1615, they're telling you to make sure you get a lawyer. They're going to bring things against you to make sure you get a lawyer to defend itself because they're coming with theirs. So we are now moving our territory with all the laws and all the regulations and all the stipulations now, from the public service to the House of Assembly to now this commissioner inquiry, Madam Speaker. It's almost like you are crippling me. It's almost, Madam Speaker, it's deja vu. I get that feeling, Madam Speaker, that where you should be helping me, Madam Speaker, you're hurting me. Where you should be helping me, Madam Speaker, you're finding ways to hurt me. And you're using my own people to hurt me and then telling me to pay for it. Madam Speaker, I'm going to leave 16 because the leader opposition touched. I'm going to 19. Madam Speaker, 19 reports of the inquiry on page 8. This is my note. This one simple note. Remember what happened in the past and don't repeat it. Madam Speaker, the chairperson of an inquiry shall deliver the final report to the governor. And the governor will choose when he wants to share it with the premier. If. And then, for some unknown reason, there might just be another happenstance or circumstance that you drop it in a patrol, bigger than, and we to make a point, and then say one has nothing to do with the other, because you're trying to be everybody's friend. Speaker, really? That's what we're doing? And they don't see anything wrong with it. Madam Speaker, I see something wrong with it. That's why I'm saying something about it. I know I'm a 5-minute man, Madam Speaker. 32, the awarding of costs. I think the leader of opposition touched on this one too, and I know other members will. The commissioners may, on their own initiative or on the application of any person by order, make an award of costs against any person participating in or summoned to appear before the inquiry if they are satisfied that the conduct of a person has obstructed the inquiry. Madam Speaker, this is a commissioner inquiry. It says the commissioner should have the same power as a high court judge. But this is not a court, for God in heaven's sake. I mean, this is a law, Madam Speaker. This is what they put in this bill to become a law. And you're breaking a law. Or you're making a body higher than the courts. How? And we supposed to just take it because we got the deadline at August 31st? We'll have many seats. Have many seats. Costs and expenses at inquiry, Madam Speaker. 33. Within a reasonable time and after the completion of an inquiry, the governor shall publish the total cost conducting the inquiry. Madam Speaker, where the cost of the one from 2021? Because this is a reasonable, what is that reasonable? This word here, reasonable time. I know. We know what this means. Reasonable time. When that is 2 months, 3 months, like what you're giving the premier? Because we're still waiting for the cost for 2021, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation, I'm glad the premier says the governor, and I'm telling the governor, Madam Speaker, it's wrong, it's incorrect, it's faulty, it's no good. And it needs, Madam Speaker, to send back down the road and let them fix it. Because here's the thing, Madam Speaker, while we have other pieces of legislation, you know what? You know what they say? You're supposed to be helping me, you know. But there's other pieces of legislation that has to come before this house to meet this August 31st deadline. And you're telling me now, I gotta go fix your work. You're supposed to be helping me. I gotta go fix your work that you copy and paste from something. Pay for it, and then we in the House Assembly going to spend the next 2 or 3 days, Madam Speaker, going through and making it right. And then have to send it back down to you to say if you're going to assent to it or not. when you should have done your work in the first place. OAG, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to rise up. We must stand up and ensure that while we are keen on meeting the deadlines and addressing the issues or implementing the requirements of the COI deadline, that we ain't causing more problems for ourselves and oppressing the people of the Virgin Islands and putting them back into a state where we feel that it is only the governor and the UK that have a say, Madam Speaker. This is a democratic society. This is a country that has been developed by our people, for our people, Madam Speaker, and we should not lose sight of that because there are those who are still trying to keep us there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll try my utmost to be as timely as possible. What I would admit to you from the onset that these sort of weighty bills sometimes require some time to go through. Madam Speaker, I agree with most of the preamble that was given by the Premier in relation to the precursor of, or what will become the precursor to this bill once it is passed, that bill of 1880. Certainly, it is very timely, way past time if you ask me, in terms of us being able to modernize that piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I also listened to the Premier, and he did a very good job, except for asking for what he wanted. Went around the bush, basically, and of course expecting the support of the opposition and other members to assist him in asking for him as the Premier to be able to bring an inquiry. And I support him with that, but the only concern I have is that if you can't fight for yourself, then how you down there fighting for us? Because I believe you really should have raised that matter very prominently at the cabinet and not wait for members of the House to do your fighting for you. So I want the Premier, I want to encourage him to stiffen his back up because these are difficult times and you can't shy away. You must live up to the words of our territorial song where we speak of courage for great leaders. But Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, when you look, for instance, at the Commission of Inquiry Act in Bermuda, it's a 1935 act, much more modern than the act that we have currently. An amendment, Madam Speaker, was made in 2015, which gives the Premier in Bermuda the authority to appoint commissions or commissioners for inquiry. So certainly we have, from a jurisdiction of similar composition to ours, we have precedents set. So I don't think that there should be any issue in relation to the Premier being able to call a commission of inquiry. And the commission of inquiry called by the Premier will be different, perhaps different from that of the commission of inquiry called by the Governor. If there's something happening in a department that the Premier with certain responsibilities need to find out, he should have that right to be able to call a commission of inquiry. It shouldn't be something just reserved, Madam Speaker, for the Governor. I also did some checks, Madam Speaker, because when you read Section 3, it says the Governor may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this Act to inquire into and report on any matter of public interest. The UK's Inquiry Act of 2005, in section 1, I think spells out this section a little better. Because as you know, and the Premier indicated it, in the Inquiries Act in the UK, it is brought by a minister. But things are not as arbitrary as they are in this particular bill, because 3.1 says the governor may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this act to inquire into and report on any matter of public interest. When you read that corresponding section in the UK section, it qualifies it a lot better, and I want to commend this section to be used by us. It says, a minister may cause an inquiry to be held under this act in relation to a case where it appears to him that A, particular events have caused or are capable of causing public concern, or B, there is a public concern that particular events may have occurred. That is more qualified, because what happens here is it allows the governor to be able to call a commission of inquiry as he likes, willy-nilly. Not in the 21st century, that can happen. If he all of a sudden decides that he doesn't like a premier and he wants to bring him down, he can just arbitrarily call a commission of inquiry like that and create issues. So I think that section, Madam Speaker, needs to be much, much better qualified. Section 4 then speaks of matters to be considered in appointing a commissioner. It says, in appointing the commissioner, the governor shall have regard to the following: the need to ensure that the commissioners have had the necessary expertise to undertake the inquiry, and B, the need for balance in the composition of the commissioners. If you go to section 6, Madam Speaker, if you go to section 6 of the UK's Act, or section 9 rather, I should say, of the Act, it is very helpful and could help to clarify and make the bill a little better. Section 9 of the UK Act puts some qualifications in place. It puts what you call the requirement of impartiality. Because when you look at this section, it gives the governor the right to call whoever he wants, essentially, to sit as a commissioner, right? If you look at this section, it says a minister who proposes to cause an inquiry to be held, or who has already done so without making a statement under this section, must, as soon as reasonably practical, make the statement to the effect that the relevant parliament. Now, what it does here, this section lists out, Madam Speaker, what are the qualifications required for the person who is a member of the inquiry panel. It says that the minister must not appoint a person as a member of the inquiry panel if it appears to the minister that the person has a direct interest in the matters to which the inquiry relates, or a close association with an interested party, unless, despite the person's interest or association, his appointment could not reasonably be regarded as affecting the impartiality of the inquiry panel. Now, we had an inquiry recently. We see Commissioner Hickenbottom showed up. You heard in the rum shop that the governor went to England and him and Hickenbottom come down on the same plane. Now, how do we know that Hickenbottom is not a first or second cousin of the governor? We don't know. And so there must be some qualifications, I believe, in relation to how a commissioner, Madam Speaker, is chosen. Section 6.2 says that the governor may appoint a person to fill a vacancy that has arisen where a commissioner dies or is unable or unwilling to act. An inquiry appointed under this act may be altered as the governor may deem fit by any subsequent inquiry appointed by the governor, or may be revoked by a notice to that effect published in the Gazette. That section concerns me. Why would you have the power to call an inquiry and then halfway in the middle of it, you can alter it, or you can come with a subsequent inquiry or revoke the one from before, or the notice that you gave before? That is very suspicious to me. If you call an inquiry and you think about it properly and you have proper terms of reference, let the inquiry go through. And at the end of the inquiry, if you want to call another one, if other matters may have arisen out of that one that you think require further inquiry, you can call another one. But I don't think, you can't then have a situation where you call an inquiry, you still have allowances for you to be able to get an interim report. If you don't like, if it ain't going how you want it to go, you can just stop it in the middle of it. I don't think that is what we want to be doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 11, employment of staff and counsel. 11.1 says a commissioner or commissioners appointed under this act. And I'm glad it says commissioner or commissioners, Madam Speaker, because we need to get away from this thing of having one commissioner. And that needs to be addressed in this bill. You need to have at least 3 persons. So at least you have some sort of a balance somewhere. And when the report is written, wherever there's a dissenting view on a particular area, that dissenting view forms part of the report. This one-man commissioner thing, it's not good. It's not good for the democratic process. But it says a commissioner or commissioners appointed under this act may appoint for the purposes of an inquiry such staff, including legal counsel, as may be necessary to assist in the performance of their functions. And subsection 2, notwithstanding the provision of the Legal Profession Act 2015, a person appointed as legal counsel pursuant to subsection 1, shall not, for the purposes of the inquiry, require a practicing certificate. Now, I agree with this. But you get a window, Madam Speaker, a terrible window into the hearts and minds of the people who are drafting these things. This section was only put here because when I did my research in the other acts, in the other OTs, there's nothing like this in any of them. It is only now because something happened here that you're now legislating based on what recently happened. And we can't do that. You can't personalize the law how you want it. It just shows to me, in my mind, that you have malice, you have bad thoughts in your minds against people, and you're pretty much targeting people. Because there are a lot of sections in this bill that belong to the former speaker. They should probably name the clause after him, because when you read the stuff, you can tell what it is you're trying to do in some of the clauses. It's not appropriate. And then it says here, remuneration of commissioners and staff. The governor may determine what remuneration, if any, shall be paid to any commissioner appointed under this act. Who's paying? That is something I want to know, and that's probably a question that we should ask. I would love to know who paid the last commissioners who were here. Because if you're going to call a commission of inquiry and you give yourself these willy-nilly powers to call them arbitrarily as you like, then at whose expense are these commissioners being paid? At whose expense would the council and all the other people that you bring down, who's paying that bill at the end of the day? If the UK is paying the bill, then you can call as you like. But if it is the taxpayers of this country who are having a difficult time, are we to open the public's purse to you to call a commission of inquiry whenever it seems good to you and we have to pay the bill? I am concerned about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it goes on to say, under Section 15, subject to this inquiry, this act, the inquiry may regulate its own procedure and may make rules for that purpose. I see that in many of the other provisions, but it goes on to say, without limiting the generality of subsection 1, an inquiry has the power to determine whether to allow or restrict cross-examination of witnesses. This is 15(2)(c). In what kind of democracy is this? And even what happened here on the last occasion, Madam Speaker, was one of the most unjudicious and undemocratic, I don't know what to call it, a case or whatever you want to call it, procedures that I've ever seen. So you're saying to me that if somebody comes and makes allegations against you, that it's up to the commissioner to decide, or the commissioners to decide, whether or not you can cross-examine those people? So if you're really interested in getting the truth, you should want to have cross-examination, because people can come, especially in the BVI. We don't make up a lot of things here. We don't tell a lot of stories. And so you cannot have somebody's life hanging in the balance and then tell them that they can't have the person cross-examined, or it's up to the commissioner to decide if to cross-examine the person. That can't be right. That is wrong. That is wrong. And then the commissioner now can he can decide whether to receive evidence or submissions from or on behalf of any person participating in the inquiry. So I am in the box. You got me to kill. I have evidence that could say you can't kill me. And it's up to you to decide whether to receive or accept my evidence to say, if you're, and that is one of the things I noticed in the Commission of Inquiry. I did not get, and I could talk, Madam Speaker, I don't mind talking. I'm on the government side, I'm in cabinet. And I don't pay rent for my mouth. I noticed in that Commission of Inquiry, they came with their minds made up. Even the questioning that they were giving to you, they were asking questions, and when they didn't get you to say what you wanted to say, they made these snide remarks at the end, and they're trying to go to a particular direction, came with their minds, Madam Speaker, totally made up. And you cannot dispense justice that way. If you come and you're conducting an inquiry, let the process flow the way it should. Let people be able to cross-examine persons, Madam Speaker, who are bringing cases against them. And then under 18 here, the right of legal representation. 18.1. A person whose conduct is the subject of inquiry under this act, or who is anyway implicated or concerned in any matter under inquiry, is entitled to be represented by a legal practitioner at the whole of the inquiry, and any other person may consider it desirable that he or she should be represented, may, by leave of the chairperson, be represented. So you're calling me now before a commission of inquiry. You have a commissioner, you have trained lawyers in there who are questioning me, who are making notes and planning to hold them and kill me, and I must get leave from you to have legal representation? Legal representation should be as of right. The minute I am called, regardless of what you're calling me for, whether you're calling me as a subject of the inquiry or you're calling me as a witness, if I want to bring legal representation with me, that should be my inherent right to do. I don't need to have no leave from no commissioner to be able to bring anybody as counsel for me. And then 18.2, notwithstanding subsection 1, a person referred to in subsection 3 is entitled to be represented by the Attorney General or any other legal practitioner who may address the inquiry on any matter which he or she is instructed by the Attorney General. And look at the persons. The current or former governors, current or former ministers, current or former public officers who are involved in any matter under inquiry due to their former positions in government. So you are no longer a minister. And that's another thing. There needs to be a statute of limitations on things that you can inquire into. You should not be allowed to go to do an inquiry on something that done gone 20 years ago because you want to get at somebody. Those things are wrong. Those things are wrong. If you have a sitting governor and he is concerned about something that took place and he has the powers to call an inquiry into it, call an inquiry at that material time. Do not wait 20 years down the road when you want to grab somebody because they were outspoken and you're going to go dig up all kind of thing and come back. Those things are wrong, Madam Speaker. Very wrong. But to get back to my point here, the Attorney General got to speak for a former Minister of Government. The Attorney General who is caught between the Premier and the Governor will represent somebody who is no longer a member of government. How could that be right? And that person could feel proper that they're getting good representation from the Attorney General who is under the umbrella of the Governor, the same person who might be the one calling the Commission of Inquiry. How does that make any sense? How can you get any justice in that sort of scenario? The person should be able to get legal representation of their own free will, and there should be some arrangement. Even if you don't want to pay the full amount for the lawyer, you make a contribution towards the lawyer, the person pay the difference, but you can't tell me who my lawyer is going to be on a matter you want to kill me, and you bring your own lawyer to come tell me that your lawyer can advise me. Madam Speaker, that can't work. That can't work. And then under section 19(4), notwithstanding subsection 1, before delivering the final report, the chairperson may deliver to the governor an interim report. Why he wants an interim report? For what purpose? That is wrong. And when you look at this section in relation to wanting the interim report, it ties in, Madam Speaker, into the section I read previously that allows the governor to alter or call back an inquiry that he may have started. It says to me that you're doing things that are not right. If you call a commission of inquiry, let the process flow through, and at the end of the process, the results of the inquiry, Madam Speaker, what they are. Section 20, report to send to Premier. Subject to section 2, the governor shall forward a copy of the final report within a reasonable time after receipt. That has to be concretized. Can't be in a reasonable time. When you get the report, there must be a set date. Because the last time, they said to us they will send the report at a particular time. When they don't grab who they want to grab overseas, they release the report the next day. Which means they had the report there a long time, but you're planning for us. You want to have great impact because you know you had your plan cooked up already to do what you do. And when you grab the fish quicker than you thought you would have grabbed it, and when you finally grab it, the same report, all of a sudden you're going to release 3 months or months after you release it now. We can't be playing those kind of games in the 21st century. We're not children. If you get a report, there needs to be a period within which you must give the report to the Premier, and a period within which the report must be laid, Madam Speaker, before the House of Assembly. And this section, subsection 22, about redacting report and that kind of thing. If you want to start to redact reports, you know what? In my mind, when people start to redact reports, what that says to me, you're tampering with the reports. Because I don't know what else you do. You might take out something, but who said you're adding? Leave the report as it is and present it, Madam Speaker, to the Premier, even if he's a subject of it. Even if there's nothing that he can do to that report. And if you have gathered your information well and had your witnesses and everything, there's nothing the Premier can do. And nothing can happen to the Premier as a result of this inquiry. An independent investigation by the police would have to take place in order for the Premier to be brought up on charges. So there's nothing within this report that should be secret. And then I chuckled a bit at 21(4). The final report shall be laid in the House of Assembly by the Premier, either at the time of publication or soon afterwards. Well, we have a history in the Caribbean where premiers disappear after commission of inquiries. So you won't have a premier to be able to lay the report. So essentially, I think there's a provision, Madam Speaker, in the Constitution that allows the governor to allow any other minister to lay a document on his behalf, perhaps rather than saying the premier. we should say whatever minister it is that he uses to be able to do that. Madam Speaker, being cognizant of the time, Section 29, other immunities and privileges of participants. Witnesses and other persons participating in an inquiry, except for legal practitioners and legal counsel to an inquiry, shall have the same immunities and privileges as if they were appearing in civil proceedings, and the Evidence Act apply to an inquiry to the extent that they are relevant as if the inquiry were civil proceedings. Earlier on in one of the provisions here, Madam Speaker, and we even saw it in the rules of the last COI, where point 14 of the rules, and I'm reading verbatim, the commissioner may, and this is the recent COI, receive any evidence that he considers may assist in fulfilling the COI's terms of reference, whether or not the evidence would be admissible in a court of law. That was in the rules of the last COI. And it is alluded to somewhere in this document that I've read. I didn't bring it up in the interest of time. But it allows you, the commissioner, to take into account hearsay. Hearsay, you should not be accepting hearsay in these types of things. You must test the veracity of the evidence before you apply it to anything, your mind or anything at all. And so to leave it open like that, where he can just basically take anything that he wants and operates on it and let it operate on his mind is not good for the kind of justice that we're looking for. Madam Speaker, I'm cognizant of the time. I have, 5 minutes more, right? Okay. Section 31. No application to other investigative bodies. Where an enactment establishes an investigative body, that body shall not be subject to an inquiry under this Act. In this section, established investigative body means an entity that has been created and authorized by an enactment to conduct investigations independently. You understand what they're doing here? So does this include the police? Because the police has a police act. So you are saying to me that you cannot call an inquiry into the police? Or into other areas? That is wrong. That is wrong. What are you trying to hide? It is consistent with the same thing that happened the last time. You call an inquiry into things that the local government was responsible for, but the things that you were responsible for, you call for a review into them. That is wrong. If wrong is happening in any of the branches of government, you should look into it to see what is happening. No organization, Madam Speaker, should be exempt from that. Madam Speaker, award of cost. Just the last point, and I'll take my seat. The commissioners may, on their own initiative or on the application of another person by order, make an award of cost against any person participating in or summons to appear before the inquiry if they are satisfied that the conduct of that person has obstructed the inquiry in any way or added undue cost to the inquiry. This is a Willock clause. It's another Willock. You got about 4 clauses in here for Willock. What nonsense are we doing? It's just a country we're running. This is the kind of petty nonsense that we're doing here. You are making clauses. It's about 4 of them. I made a note myself. I call each one of them Willock clauses. Why are we doing this nonsense? It says to me that you have these personal vendettas against people, and you're taking these personal vendettas and putting them in a bill. This is what we're doing. This is really what we are doing. So, Madam Speaker, I mean, I'm happy that the bill is being amended, and we're going to do some surgery on it for true. We're going to have to do some surgery on it to make it a more modern bill and a more fair and equitable bill. And when it goes down to the governor has his right. He could assent or not assent. But I think this House of Assembly has the mandate to look through the legislation properly and make it a good and fair and balanced piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. And I commit to saying more and doing the best that I can in the committee stage to make the bill a better bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the appearance of this bill before this Honorable House is a testament to a simple fact, Madam Speaker, that this bill coming out of the cabinet suggests to me that the ministers of cabinet not doing their job, or they don't know what their jobs are. This thing should not see the light of day. It should not cross Waterfront Drive. It shouldn't get here. Things shouldn't be here. I heard the Premier. I listened to him. And there's one thing about this Premier. He knows me. He knows that I ride with him every day to Sunday. Because he has a good understanding of where these people are taking us. He has a good understanding of where we need to go. And he has a good understanding of what he has to do to get there. I ride with him every day to Sunday. As long as you are going to be a colony, as long as you're going to be owned by those people, my good friend here disagreed with me when I use that term. He said he cussed me, but I wasn't around. He'd be out late at night. I don't know out late at night to hear him cussing me. They will continue to treat us like this. So I'm going to ride with you, Premier. Stick it in your head of your ministers and the members of your government that the only way to get away from this nonsense is through self-determination. And you could start, Premier, by having the curriculum of your schools educate our people as to our system of government. Madam Speaker, when there's a divorce, the expectations are that in the future, the battered spouse will no longer be battered. That's why you got divorce. Donald Trump said that when he gets elected, he'll build a wall, keep out the immigrants, illegal immigrants. He said the war in Ukraine will stop. That's what change is all about. We look forward to changes, Madam Speaker. Keir Starmer said that when he gets elected as leader of the United Kingdom, he will have an elected House of Lords. I'm looking forward to that, Madam Speaker. He promised to change. Evidently, the message hasn't reached the White House yet, that Keir Starmer is now the Prime Minister. They got their necks on our shoulders, they got their knees on our shoulders under the Conservative government. They haven't released us yet. Premier, take a Deputy Premier to UK with you. She knows the road. She has credibility over there. Take her with you. Go and meet the new government. Let them know there's a change and we don't have the change here. It hasn't reached us. You said, Premier, that when this piece of legislation was being considered, I wouldn't say drafted, I would say being considered, the Parliamentary Council was asked to do a little dive. She did a dive and she came up and she told you that the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Tanzania, 3 countries she mentioned, allowed ministers to call inquiry. That statement you made was supported by our own law clerk. When he presented his evidence, that's the member for the 6th. He brought the documents with him. He read it out. So when this piece of legislation that we are looking at, this bill is under Section 3, it says the governor may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this act to inquire into any report, to inquire into and report on any matter of public interest. The governor. I was going to say to you, Premier, that this piece of legislation, you said that it will not leave this house in this fashion. We need to get these things fixed. That's what I came here for. I would say to you, it should never have left the cabinet. I want to remind you, Premier, that the cabinet is made up of five people. There are only 5 people in the cabinet. The others are there because they're there. No disrespect to the Attorney General. My position has been clear a long time ago. The Attorney General doesn't belong in here. He don't belong in cabinet. The other one is the governor. He's just there, as a piece of furniture. If the National Democratic Party of 2007 had their way, he wouldn't be there. So anything you do now to get the governor out of the cabinet is nothing revolutionary, Premier. It's something that was planned a long time ago. It was intended that with this new constitutional review, he wouldn't be there. He's just the chairman. The chairman is the person who sits and listens. He has no role in cabinet whatsoever. He just sits and listens. The decisions in cabinet are made by the 5 of you. This thing should never have made it out of cabinet. But I understand how it works. That's why I told your minister some time ago that when we get up and we speak, we're working with you. We're doing the things that you can't do. So support us. Start getting that itch in your throat, start coughing and leave. You don't have to vote on the matter. Let us do the voting. We have a majority. Put it to a vote, whatever it is. We got a majority. If one of you leave. Two of you should leave. So we need to fix this, Madam Speaker. We need to fix it. And I have no reason to believe that it's not going to get fixed. So this Section 3, Madam Speaker, we're going to make this no different from what obtains in the United Kingdom, and we have a right to do that. That right exists, Madam Speaker. You go to if you go to the Constitution, it will tell you, Madam Speaker, where we have the right to do that, and we will. Madam Speaker, Section 8, immunity from suit. It says, no action shall be brought against an inquiry, the commissioners, or a person acting under the direction of the commissioners for an act done in good faith or omission made, anything reported or stated in the execution or intended execution of their duty under this act. You're asking us to make a law of immunity to immune persons. The Constitution, Madam Speaker, gave legislators, Section 82 of the Constitution, gave legislators the right to give immunity to the House and to themselves. Giving immunity to others, Madam Speaker, is a different story. Asking us to give immunity. Why should I give you immunity? If you're doing the right thing, you're doing the right thing. What are you worrying about, Madam Speaker? Section 82 says the legislature may, by law, determine and regulate the privileges, immunities, and powers of the House of Assembly and its members. It tells us that we can give immunity to ourselves and the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to this piece of legislation and you're asking us to give immunity to someone, we have to be very, very particular and careful as to why you're asking for it in the first place, and is it necessary? Section 11, Madam Speaker, employment of staff. 11.1 says a commissioner or commissioners appointed under this act may appoint, for the purposes of any inquiry, such staff, including legal counsel as may be necessary to assist in the performance of their functions. 2, notwithstanding the provisions of the legal profession. And this is important, Madam Speaker. This is important. People think that we are not too bright. That's what a lot of people think, Madam Speaker. They think that we are not too bright. So they will put us in positions to do things and then turn around and point fingers at what we've done. Nowhere will it show up that you ask us to do this. But what is factual is the fact that it is done, and you can point fingers to that thing that was done. Notwithstanding the provisions of the Legal Profession Act 2015, persons appointed as legal counsel pursuant to subsection 1 shall not, for the purposes of the inquiry, require a practicing certificate. Now, everyone and their grandmother, particularly us, know where this comes from, Madam Speaker. Everyone and their grandmother, particularly us, know where this comes from. Because they rode into Tortola and they started interrogating us and our children and our grandchildren and all the rest of it. And then someone was wise enough to just ask a little question and found out that these people are practicing without legal authority. So because it happened then, you're telling me that you're going to make this a precedent? Why don't you just do what you have to do? You're asking us to make a law, giving you immunity from something that is simple. The Attorney General, and I don't know, didn't pursue it, didn't squash all the investigation that was taking place because the person who did the investigation didn't have proper legal rights and all that kind of stuff. But then you turn around and you come here. I guess I wonder if my colleagues in this house, who are on the front bench on the other side, raised this in cabinet. You can't answer. You just sit there looking smart. You can't answer. You can't speak about things that took place in cabinet. But I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, that's why I said this thing should never have left the cabinet. Okay, so you pull the wool over the ministers and cabinet eye. Okay, you got away with that. So you expect to come up here, pull the wool over our eyes as well. Remember, down there is 5, up here is 13. You have to count them again. Up here, you're going to pull the wool over 13 people's eyes. And you ain't getting away from it, Madam Speaker. You're in it too. Your eyes too. And since the Attorney General is the one who drafted, can you imagine our own colleague doing this to us? Imagine that? I can't see that happening. This is a non-starter. And my friend from the 6th District would have called it, this is one of Willa's clause. It's a Willa clause. 12, remuneration. The governor may determine what remuneration, if any, shall be paid to any commissioner appointed under this act and to their secretary. Well, I ain't worried about the money, because when we go and we get our attorneys got the living devil to get paid for a little $30,000 petty contract. Whereas the governor goes to one of the big law firms on there, Walker's or some one of them, and his representation is over $100,000, and they get it like that. And my friend from the leader of the opposition likes to talk about when this territory was under grant and aid, it didn't advance one iota. It's only after it came out of grant and aid, things start happening. When they are in charge, I would have the leader of opposition, I would remind the leader of the opposition, we did a whole lot during that period. We suffered a whole lot during that period when they were over us completely. They're going to school barefoot. Now that we can buy Jordans, they want to tighten the screws on us again. He says there's three generations, right? The generation who, help me, who build, the other one who break down, the other one who want to build again. I don't like the look on your face. Why are you looking like that? You're looking you're looking like you're feeling for these people. 22.5, Madam Speaker. I'm moving along real quick. 22.5. Where a person fails to comply with or act in breach of a notice made under this act, this part, or threatens to do so, the chairperson may refer the matter to the High Court. Okay, I have no problem with that. Where a person fails to comply with or act in breach of a notice made under this part, or threatens to do so, the chairperson may refer the matter to the High Court. And it continues to say, it goes on to say, and the court may, after hearing any evidence or representations on the matter, make such order by way of enforcement or otherwise as it could make it the matter had arisen in proceedings before the court. Now, Madam Speaker, why does this has to go on to tell the court what it can do and cannot do, or should do and should not do? Why doesn't it end at High Court where it says, where a person fails to comply with or acts in breach of a notice made under this part or threatens to do so, the chairperson may refer the matter to the High Court. Refer the matter to the High Court. The High Court will know what to do. We don't have to give the High Court instructions, Madam Speaker. Unless it was a penalty we want them to impose, and you will tell them what the maximum penalties are. 26, Madam Speaker. Privileges and confidentiality. A person may claim privilege or confidentiality with respect to things required or produced, and an inquiry may, as it thinks fit, examine any document or things for which privileges or confidentiality is claimed. I don't understand this, Madam Speaker. A person may claim privilege or confidentiality. If I claim privilege or confidentiality, then why am I claiming privilege or confidentiality if you're going to examine it anyway? It says, a person may claim privilege or confidentiality with respect to things required or produced, and an inquiry may. I don't claim privilege and confidentiality over it, but the inquiry may, as it thinks fit, examine any document or things of which, or for which privilege or confidentiality is claimed. Somebody needs to explain that to me. Others understand it, I don't, because it doesn't make sense. 28, Madam Speaker, immunities. No person shall be compelled to give evidence in court or in any proceedings of a judicial nature in relation to an inquiry, unless leave of the court is granted with respect to an allegation of bad faith against a commissioner or other person. If I don't understand it, Madam Speaker, it means that it wasn't done by a legislator. So we need to fix this language in the way that a legislator can understand it. I doubt very much that any of us understand what this is saying. (32), Madam Speaker. Awards and costs. The commissioner may, on their own initiative or on the application of any person, by order, make an award of costs against any person participating in or summons to appear before the inquiry if they are what it says, satisfied that the conduct of that person has obstructed the inquiry in any way or added undue cost to the inquiry. Added undue cost to the inquiry. 2. The inquiry may set the award of cost at any level it considers reasonable, having regard to all the circumstances. I need to know, Madam Speaker, what are they referring to specifically? Where does this come from? What does it mean? What are you referring to? What does it mean? Where did it come from? I think that, you know, the whole notion of commissioner having same basic status of a high court judge. And I think that's where the point that the member for the 6th district comes in, where he said a commission should comprise no less than 3 people. I believe 3 is ideal. Because you go and pick a person up off the street, Madam Speaker, and you make him a commissioner, and then immediately he has the powers of a high court judge in matters that he's dealing with. Look at this provision, talking about award of costs. It's not a light matter, Madam Speaker. This is not something light. And these are people who some of us see in the rum shop. Well, I don't go to the rum shop. When I say some of us, I don't mean me. They see them in them little clubs down Causeway. I don't go to them clubs, Madam Speaker, so they don't. I'm just saying us, we. Since we are. And I was looking at, Madam Speaker, this is real life, Madam Speaker. You know, there's a guy called Stephen A. Smith on First Take. Does sports. And there was a time he was on Kyrie Irving back all the time. That guy back got galled. And when you come to find out, there's something going on between them outside of sports. Talking about them same strip clubs and stuff like that. Where the thing you came for, I met it first and I went with it. When you came, wasn't there? So that's what I'm talking about. Now it's rather unlikely that you're going to meet a judge in these places. But when you go and pick up a commissioner who all over the place like this, you know, he got a gripe for you, he got a gripe for the other guy. You tell me he's going to set the cost, he could bankrupt you. No, Madam Speaker. We have to be careful when we look at these things and start penciling it as okay. Can't do that. 32.4, Madam Speaker. An order made under this section is enforceable as a judgment of the court. Again, an order made under this section is enforceable as a judgment by the court. I'm not trying to trivialize the bill, Madam Speaker, and the importance of the bill. I'm not trying to do that. But if the bill that we used in 2021 was dated 1880, And for 2021, from 1880 till now, it's like 141 years, Madam Speaker. So when that didn't mention ministers being allowed or able to call for inquiries, we didn't have ministers back then. If I went to school, Madam Speaker, in the 60s, and I went to school barefooted, could you imagine what the people who went to school in 1980 or 1880 was doing? They didn't even have floor bag to wear floor bag clothes. I'm just trying to figure. My father was born in like 1885. And he said he's fifth generation. I'm like 3 generations.
Honorable, you have a few minutes to wrap up.
Who said it? Wasn't you said that? The speaker said that? It came from a lady's voice, so you're the one I was looking at. So Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up by saying I support the Premier and what he said. I sympathize with him that he had to allow to embarrass himself by bringing this thing up here. I sympathize with him on those grounds. And I want to let him know there's hope. There's hope because we don't feel that it belongs here. And the things that you're asking for, we support 100%. And we're going to manicure this bill. So you should get your wish. Next time, don't bring things like this back up here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, at this time, we'll take the lunch break and return at 3 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, we're still in the debate. Any member wish to debate it at this time? I know I have a few. I recognize a member for the 8th District. You'll yield. I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I lend my voice to this Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill, I just want to offer my condolences to the family of the late Mr. Joseph Williams, a friend of mine. Madam Speaker, I offer condolences to Auntie Patsy, Acting AG, Joanne, and the rest of the family. We know the contribution that Mr. Williams made to this community, and, may his soul be at peace. And I just wanted to say those words of comfort to the family as they go through this time of grief. Madam Speaker, we're here today to speak about this inquiries bill. And it's no secret that we're here discussing this bill. Madam Speaker, this is a recommendation that came from the COI, and thank you. This is a recommendation that came from the COI, the recommendation of the COI. We all understand that it's a bill that was introduced back in the 1800s, and this bill was introduced by the United Kingdom back then, and there were quite a few amendments. I think the last amendment came about 54 years ago, back in 1990, when there were some changes and amendments to that bill. Madam Speaker, today we are basically repealing this entire bill and bringing new changes to this inquiries bill. And I say inquiries bill, Madam Speaker, because I think in this modern time we need to drop the Commission of Inquiry bill. This is something that we discussed, where the bill would now should be named Inquiries Bill 2024 and not Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill. So as we get to the committee stage, we will definitely drop the Virgin Islands as it was amended, but leave it as Inquiries Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, COI. And this bill, it states, this is a bill for an act to provide for the establishment and conduct of inquiries into matters of public interest. And that's the premise for inquiries bill, public's interest. And Madam Speaker, when you do look at the definition for the public's interest, it refers to the collective well-being and concerns of the general public. It encompasses the common good, shared values, and the needs and desires of society as a whole. It is often considered when making decisions or taking actions that impact the broader community or society as a whole. So, Madam Speaker, this bill speaks to public interest. And, in our modern community, modern democracy, common interest is something that, we definitely need to define as the definition states. Because I think with anything, any sort of improvement or development or most things, there would be persons who would be for, in support, or against certain things that would be done. No matter what it is, in a democracy, that would happen. And just here, as you know, relatable to our territory, you know, I recall some of the developments that were to be done here in our territory, and we talk about the college at that time when it was supposed to be constructed and started. There were opposition, there were people for. We saw other developments, we saw proposed developments. We even the airport, you went through the process. Persons are for, persons are against. So in a democratic society, it's inevitable that there would be some sort of public interest in that. And Madam Speaker, though this bill today in front of us speaks to the public's interest, Madam Speaker, this bill basically is just a bill where the governor, the sole governor, can be able to call a commission of inquiry. And Madam Speaker, that in itself, members have spoken about their concerns pertaining to that, and I share some of those same sentiments. Madam Speaker, I just want to draw the comparison with this bill that we're debating today, the Virgin Islands Inquiry Bill, and the 1818 bill that would be repealed. 1880 bill that will be repealed. So I will be referring to the existing bill, Madam Speaker, and this new bill. First of all, there is, with this old bill, the legislation wasn't as structured. It lacked clear divisions and detailed sections. And that is just the way that the document was laid out. But in the new bill, it's into 5 pieces. It's into 5 parts with specific sections detailing various aspects of the inquiries process. We have in part 1, we have the preliminary, then we have part 2, the establishment of an inquiry, duties and powers, part 4, the evidential matters and immunities, and then part 5, we have miscellaneous provisions. Establishment of inquiries, Madam Speaker. In the old act, there was no establishing criteria listed as to how you can call this inquiry. But in the new bill, specific provisions for the governor to establish these inquiries are properly laid out. Madam Speaker, you would have heard other members speak about how you can get to the point of calling an inquiry where the governor is the sole person that would be able to call this inquiry. But in a modern society as we are here, Madam Speaker, I think it's necessary for the Premier and even ministers should have the ability to call a commission of inquiry on matters that are of concerns. Madam Speaker, just to draw reference to some of the portfolios under the governors or the deputy governor, whereas those things would not be included in an inquiry, I don't think. You have the police, you have the magistrate, you have the director for public prosecution, you have the public service, civil registry, and so forth. So I think it's only necessary when there's a concern in the public that all these areas are inquiry upon, and other persons beside the governor would have the ability to inquire into these issues. Madam Speaker, in section 4, there's a detailed criteria for appointing the commissioners, including expertise and balance. In section 3.2 of the new bill, there's clear terms of reference for the inquiry, including private and public hearings, and when the inquiry should be called. In section 3 of the old bill, we see where it's limited explicit protections for commissioners. But in the new bill, you have, as you would have heard earlier, the commissioner has the same protection and immunity as a high court judge, whereas you get immunity from lawsuits and so forth as you carry out your duty. Madam Speaker, we notice where it states in Section 9, it speaks to an inquiry appointed under this act shall not lapse for reason of or be otherwise affected. We saw that as we went through our commission of inquiry recently, where it was called by one governor and it continued, because that is the work of the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, the FCDO. No matter who is in the seat, the work of the FCDO continues. So it's no surprise that we would see this here in this bill. I'm not sure why it had to be here, but it's in the bill. Madam, Section 11.2, it says, notwithstanding the provision of the Legal Profession Act 2015, person appointed as a legal counsel pursuant to Section 1 shall not for the purpose of the inquiry require a practicing certificate. Madam Speaker, I think this should be reconsidered. If within the powers of the Commission of Inquiry, you would see that even those legal persons, those persons working, they have the ability to cross-reference you, cross-examine you, and treat you like in the court of law. So I think it's necessary for, if they're coming in to practice law, legal counsel, they should also abide by the laws of the territory where other persons have to do the same, obtain a certificate. And I mean, members would have said that this is something that we noted in the last Commission of Inquiry, and nothing was done pertaining to it besides getting immunity for the entire team back in the Parliament in the UK. But I think that should be something where they get a practicing certificate. Madam Speaker, Section 13.2, in making a decision as to procedure or conduct of an inquiry, or in making a assignment that is adverse to any person, the Commissioner shall comply with the principles of natural justice. I think that is something that, as we get to the debate stage, we will try to reconsider that clause. Madam Speaker, in the old act where it says in public access and transparency, in the old act there was no clear provisions for public access to inquiry proceedings. In the new bill, it ensures public access to inquiry proceedings and information as stated in Section 16, and restriction on public access can be imposed for specific reasons in Section 17. It mandates the publication of the final report, and it speaks to redaction. But Madam Speaker, I think if you're getting to the point where the report has been laid and there's redaction, then I think for transparency, I think it should be done through at least cabinet, get cabinet's involvement. I don't think that this bill is, and I don't want to say, but it seems like it's a dictatorship bill where everything is being done through the governor. I mean, we heard the Premier state is the governor's bill, and we understand that. But when you read through this legislation, we are proud to say we are modern democracy. But Madam Speaker, when you read through this bill, it's more like a dictatorship bill, and that is something that we must do some surgery on as we go through the committee stage. But I don't want to reference it as it's written, but clearly I think we can't just take it and go through it as that. Madam Speaker, as you go through the bill, you'll see everything, the governor this and the governor that. But Madam Speaker, I think we need to, do some operation on the way this is worded for us here in this territory. We understand we are going through the COI process, and the COI revealed quite a few things, and things that we could have done, but it revealed that, and we are going through the process. But if we are going to pass bills that would be a benefit to this territory, we must do it in the right manner, Madam Speaker. I go through in the bill where it's legal representations and right, legal representation and rights. In the old act, it was less detailed on the right to legal representation. In the new bill, it provides for funding for legal representation. It speaks to exceptional circumstances. Madam Speaker, what I think is missing in 18.3 of the bill, it speaks to person referred to in Section 2 that would get be represented by the Attorney General. It seemed to have omitted members of the House of Assembly, and I think that should be there included. It speaks to current and former governors, current or former ministers, current or former public officers who are involved in any matter under the inquiry due to their former position in government, but it should also refer to members of the House of Assembly, where you would get that representation from the Attorney General as well. I think in Section 18.4, this needs more detail in the Act, otherwise it will simply be left to the governor solely. So I think we need to go through that as well and get a better understanding and make it a democratic bill and not the way it's written here with all the rights to the governor alone. And the reports or the powers of the inquiry, in the old act there was limited provisions regarding the powers of inquiry, but in this bill that is to be repealed, there are broad powers to summons witnesses, obtain information, regulate procedures, and that's within all the way to Section 22 to Section 25 of the bill. But I think these are a bit too broad based on the rule of evidence. In other words, I think, as the member for the 6th mentioned, you can be, we're a small community, and you go rum shop and you go other places, and people say various things, hearsay and rumors, and so we must be very careful as to how we give these broad powers, and you don't want it to be based on rumors or hearsay, like I mentioned. Section 22.3, it speaks to, it states that a notice under shall also be, a notice under subsection 1A also just state the time and place the person is required to give evidence and shall include costs, traveling expense, and so forth. And I think within the time frame, the 24 hours may be a bit too small, as in Section 22.3 B, where it speaks to just he should serve personally by delivering a sealed copy to the person no later than 24 hours before he or she is required to attend the inquiry. I think that should be amended, at least give some more time. And in Section 24, Madam Speaker, as I'm going through, because I don't want to rehash some of the things that were already said. In Section 24, I'll go on to Section 29.2, where it says legal practitioners appearing before an inquiry and any legal counsel to an inquiry shall have the same immunities as if they were apparent before a court. But as again I say, I think they should have the proper certificate in order to be able to do that practice and to be able to get those same immunities. So, Madam Speaker, as you know, we go through the rest of the bill, we'll see that in the miscellaneous, where there are offenses and penalties. Members spoke about how broad some of those things may be. And I think, for instance, in the old bill is less explicit and about the penalties and the offenses, but in this new one, it clearly defines what those penalties will be for offenses related to non-compliance, destruction of evidence, other obstructive behaviors, and some of the things are a bit questionable based on the fines, but it says that it specifies the penalties including fines and imprisonment. These must go through a court stated. So there seems to be some contradiction in terms of what the powers are in this bill, and a member alluded to it that if it stays as is, then there will be grounds for lots of questions pertaining to this. In the reporting and follow-up, there was some general provisions for reporting. Madam Speaker, in the new bill, it requires the final report to be delivered to the governor, shared with the premier. Madam Speaker, I think time frame is needed for that to be shared with the premier. And as is stated in the bill where it's pertaining to the premier, I would suggest that if the premier is implicated, it should then be given to at least the deputy premier so that it can be shared and it's a transparent process. And we had the concerns about redaction and why the bill, certain things should be redacted and so forth. But, Madam Speaker, what I think needs to also be done is the cost. There should be a time frame when the cost of the publication, the cost of the inquiry should be made public. And I just don't think it should be just open like that because, even to today, we don't really know the full cost of this COI that we're going through. So, Madam Speaker, with those points, I know we'll go through the process of doing some surgery on this bill. I mean, a member spoke about, and I speak as a member of this House after coming through the cabinet process where he spoke to a wall being pulled over or what do you say, head? Or eyes. But, Madam Speaker, in this House is where we make the bills, and we have been going through this process for most of these bills, and we'll continue to do so. The bills that are brought before this House and go through the committee stage, that is the bill representative of the people of this territory, and this is the forum where we'll continue to address that. This is the governor's bill. He had some concerns, we had some concerns, and most definitely we will go through them as we go through this process. But to say that we won't go through the democratic process, Madam Speaker, we will, and hence the reason we're here today debating this bill. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I'll say I look forward to the committee stage where we'll discuss and present a proper democratic bill for the people of this territory, Madam Speaker. And I think it's necessary, as I mentioned earlier, where other persons would be able to bring commission of inquiry. I was just reading the news there in Cayman Islands where I saw that Mr. Makiba Bush, he was just acquitted and quite a few charges stem from 20 years ago. And his cry is that he needs to bring a motion to the House, and I'm not sure if that is an option. He needs to bring a motion to the House of Assembly so that he can advocate for a commission of inquiry into the police, into the director of public prosecution and other persons within the community or who have brought these charges. So I say that to say that there should be various avenues for commission of inquiry, and it shouldn't just be left just to the governor in a modern democracy. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the member for the. I now recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I welcome this, or what I hope will be a modern inquiries bill after 144 years. As the Premier said, this is the governor's bill. And I want to say, to the member for the third, the senior member for the third, that no wool was pulled over our eyes or head. It is the governor's bill. Madam Speaker, I mentioned 144 years because based on that act that, as my colleague said, was amended some, the extent of the last inquiry, that is the Commission of Inquiry of 2021, was unprecedented. Madam Speaker, this country continues to reel from the impact of that Commission of Inquiry. Our reputation globally, but especially in Europe, has been shot. Only this morning, I had to try to correct some of the misperception that continues to be out there in Europe about the British Virgin Islands. Here in the BVI, I dare say, our reputation in some respects is even worse than it is globally. You look at the kind of regard for this House, and this House is held in scant regard, and I dare say that a lot of it is because of the Commission of Inquiry, which spent much of the time on politicians, allegations of corruption, and this has permeated this entire society. We have to get that right. We have to fix it. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding my personal views on the Commission of Inquiry, like the rest of this House, I am committed to the implementation of all of the recommendations of that Commission of Inquiry that are meant to strengthen the framework for a stronger administration. It will cost us dearly, but that's for another time. Madam Speaker, with regard to who can call an inquiry, as per Section 3 of the bill, it says that the governor, and it gives that right exclusively to the governor. I too agree that that right should extend beyond the governor. But I want to caution that we must be careful about calling frivolous inquiries. On the other hand, I want to urge that and recommend that the government should be able to ask His Majesty's government to do an inquiry on the governor himself, should the circumstances be warranted. Let us not be afraid. Madam Speaker, I'd like to also suggest, and it was a thought as I listened in 2021 to the Commission of Inquiry. The governor meets weekly. I don't know if he still, I believe he still does, with the Premier. He meets weekly with Cabinet. In fact, he chairs the Cabinet. And he is not, contrary to, I think somebody said he's a bit of furniture. No, he's not. We can't say what happens in Cabinet, but I assure you he's more than a, probably. The fact is, but it's the point I'm making a different point. The point I'm making is that, as a friend of mine likes to say, the Commission of Inquiry, the extent that it went, it should never have had to come to this. If there were perceived shortcomings, wrongdoings in the government, in the administration, given the role, given the involvement of the governor in the whole administration through regular meetings with the Premier, regular meetings with Cabinet, surely many of these shortcomings could have been pointed out. But it is what it is. Madam Speaker, while I am all for transparency, I question whether the Commission of Inquiry should have been as public as it was. I don't know that the territory benefited from the exercise. I think we lost in terms of our reputation. And I hope that future inquiries would take these matters into consideration. Because when your economy suffers, everything that you have suffers. In terms of the specifics now, and I have just a few, I'm not going to repeat what others said. In terms of the appointing one or more persons as commissioners, I do think that it is a very, very valid point. You can appoint one person as a commissioner. I recall, and because I'm older than most people in here, I recall one commission of inquiry where it was perfectly warranted to have a sole commissioner. But in other circumstances, I do think that it's important that more than one commissioner serve. I welcome Section 18B, which speaks to the fact that a person, in this case a current or former minister, may engage legal counsel, a legal practitioner, to address an inquiry. Because, as happened the last time, there were others who paid dearly on account of their work in the service of the British Virgin Islands. I also note, in fact, I'm looking forward to the committee stage because I do not see, I may be wrong, but I do not see that provision is made for members of the House to be covered in terms of legal representation. At 19.4, there is talk about an interim report. And it is my view that any interim report should be seen not just by the governor, but should be seen by the premier as well. I am not a lawyer, and of course I'm subject to correction. I do see some conflict between section 14, which says that an inquiry appointed under this act has no power to determine civil, criminal, or disciplinary liability of any person, and 32 and 34. But of course, in the committee stage, those points can be addressed. I believe, Madam Speaker, as I come to an end, like the Premier, I believe in democracy. I believe in independence. And I think that it is time for us to start talking to the people of this country about the latter, what it means, how it works, and what the impact is. And the impact is a positive one. But we need to take the people with us. Madam Speaker, I look forward to our discussions during the committee stage as we make whatever changes are necessary to this Virgin Islands Inquiry Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Malampen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution within the allotted time, and I've timed myself, on the Virgin Islands Inquiry Bill 2024, Madam Speaker. And as I heard, it's going to be amended to be the Inquiries Bill 2024, as suggested by the Premier and his cabinet members. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said so far today, and typically after lunch the mood is a tad more somber. We had a little more fire in the morning, but I doubt with something of this type they will heat up as we go further along, and I assume it's going to start with me. Madam Speaker, I intend to really outline some of the areas as was outlined previously by some of the members, and I believe that it's important for us to reinforce some of the concerns that members raised. There's those instances, but not in all instances I would raise those specific clauses or concerns. I think the Premier did a fairly good job in really outlining the premise on where we are and how we got here, and the fact that this bill in itself needs major surgery to have a bill that is representative of our advancement as a people and as a territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do agree with the sentiments that, and I have to say this before I go into the substantive contribution, that politics in the BVI, or people are disenchanted. Everywhere you go, people are disenchanted with their politicians and the politics in our territory. And I think we have a responsibility as leaders of this country. While we'll have our differences, we'll have our debates, and we'll disagree on the approach and the methodology, we have to get our people to understand there's certain things that transcends politics, partisan politics, and transcends us individually and are important for us as a country to move forward. These things are not about us 13 in this house at this time, because the seats that we sit in, we're transient. We're here for a period. We have to and have a responsibility to build this institution, to ensure that when we leave these hallowed walls of this House of Assembly, we leave it in a better state than we met it, Madam Speaker. And this bill before us, in fact, does quite the opposite. It puts us in a position where we're making a retrograde step as it relates to how we conduct our businesses, our business in the areas of commission inquiries, areas of ensuring that we have accountability and transparency in the system in which we wish to build, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's far more, these inquiries go far beyond just the subject of corruption and good governance. Those are important tenets. But we also have to look at the operational aspects of how government works. We have some systemic issues within the service that we're honest with ourselves, that for years have failed and continue to fail. And we need to ensure that we have the ability to take a more intrusive look at those systems and those areas and ensure that we could come up with the right approach and the right suggestions and recommendations to really fix the systems once and for all. We have a public service that have been reforming from time I was in the public service. I don't know what type of reformation we're talking about. I remember when I started in 95, there were some young professionals and all kind of professionals that was started up to really get the system under control. And it seemed like we're worse off than we were almost 30 years ago in the reformation process. We have to nip it in the bud, and we have to ensure that we do the things necessary to ensure we have an extensive and once for all reformed public service that is fit for purpose in this 2024 Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this act offends in many instances, Madam Speaker. It offends the Constitution. It offends many of the bills and acts that we've passed in this House over the years. I want to highlight some of those areas where this act has offended those areas and where we need to ensure that, Premier, we take a keen look and how to ensure that once we're finished here, that we have an act that is fit for purpose and is able to address the needs of this territory moving forward in this 21st century, 20th, 21st century. Madam Speaker, I firstly want to touch on Section 3, which speaks about the powers of the governor. And I certainly agree with all the members who raised this point previously, that it has to transcend to, at a bare minimum, the Premier's ability to be able to call for commission inquiries. Not the Premier that is sitting now, but the office of the Premier. I think we have to respect that we are a democracy. We're talking about having a modern partnership. And we now have to look towards, and the Constitution speaks to this, to ensure that the powers that are currently vested within the governor, there's a transition process to ensure that those powers are transitioned, not to create more institutions and create more areas where you have this absolute power by one individual. And the member for the 6th raised the point in my research as well. Bermuda was one of the options where you saw a 1934 Act, where Bermuda, 1935 Act in Bermuda in 1995, 2015, made the adjustments to ensure that the Premier has the ability to call for a commission inquiry. As, of course, this has to be done with the necessary checks and balances on both ends. I think the governor has too much unfettered powers to be able to call a commission inquiry without necessary safeguards to ensure that it's not a witch hunt, to ensure that it's not as just broad and open-ended like we saw with the last commission inquiry, to ensure that you have a specific outcome that you're trying to achieve, not just to try to put people in jail, but to ensure that you fix the institutions, fix the systems, and ensure that the people of the territory are better for you doing this, because it's going to cost you. It's going to cost a significant amount of resources to execute these commission of inquiries. Speaker, I'll go also quickly to Section 8, where it speaks to the immunity from suit, immunity for the commission inquiry to have immunity for the commissioners and the persons for which the commissioner hired. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think that immunity needs to be extended. I see where the member for the third raised this point in terms of Section 82 of the Constitution, where it's very clear that the members of the House of Assembly have the powers and ability to make laws and immune themselves in laws within the territory. Madam Speaker, this section, I believe, is one of those sections we have to amend to ensure that those immunities that are outlined in the Constitution for members are not just cast aside, and we make laws that contradict and offend the very Constitution of which we've put in place since 2007. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue, and I think this is the former, has been dubbed the former Speaker Clause, that speaks to the issue surrounding the Legal Profession Act and immuning the commissioner for appointing legal practitioners without having to go through that process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I disagree with this approach. I believe that if you're coming to the Virgin Islands to operate, to do law, to do anything in a profession, and there's legal framework that says that you have to have certain qualifications, have to have certain approvals, they need to go through the same approval process like anyone else. You should not have a law that circumvents and undermines the very laws of the territory. And I believe that we have to look at this, Premier members, to ensure that we're clear, even if you have a fast-track process, to ensure that person, I don't know what the approach would be for ensuring that those persons get the necessary approvals, but they have to go through the process of ensuring that they have the necessary approvals in the territory to operate, to do work, and do the things that are necessary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I see where we continue to undermine the institution. And we saw the last commission inquiry where you had situations where privileged documents, privileged discussions that were had in cabinet, minutes from cabinet, were read out publicly. Personal conversations between members back and forth, deliberating on issues. That has never happened. It should never happen. And this law is proposing to enshrine that behavior that was illegally done, to enshrine it in law, that behavior becomes acceptable. We cannot allow that, Madam Speaker. We have to ensure that we address that issue. I even saw, Madam Speaker, even the very Auditor General in her reporting process, where the reports then have to go to the House, come to Cabinet, and then within a certain timeline, they come to the House and lay before the House before it's made public. Excerpts and specific sections of reports that were never made public, never went through the proper process, were read out in the Commission Inquiry report. Openly and open air. And not giving the members an opportunity to debate these reports and get the public an opportunity of all the perspectives of what happened in the discussion. Madam Speaker, that is wrong. It happened then, and we should not institutionalize that behavior where this legislation has been proposed before us. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll move on. I see my time is dwindling. Madam Speaker, again, Section 18 that speaks to the right of legal representation. Madam Speaker, I believe the persons that are covered is fine. Again, House Assembly members, and your seat, Madam Speaker, is excluded from that process, I believe, as it was done in the last Commission Inquiry process, and it should be done going forward, that members of the House have the ability to have representation just as former ministers, former public servants, and current ministers, governors, and premiers should have that level of representation. Because now we see where members were dragged before the YouTube. It was the most watched television show in the history of the Virgin Islands. I tell you, there was nothing in the Virgin Islands more watched than the members being dragged before the Virgin Islands. It was the evening, the dinner table discussion. You hear what happened today? You hear them suck it to honorable member here, so and so and so. And members need to have the opportunity. If you're being castigated like that, you're being evidence brought before you without any basis, to be able to have the legal representation to respond to them in a manner, a professional manner, but in a manner that has fairness and transparency and accountability through the process. And I'm speaking, I believe that the members of the House of Assembly, current and former, should be given the same privilege that the commissioners are being given, former governors, premiers, and ministers are being given under this section, section 18. And Speaker, the whole point, section 19, in terms of the interim report, I agree with the members who raised this point. The commissioner process has to happen. The governor or no individual, the premier, when we give the premier the ability to be able to call in commissioner inquiries, should not have the ability to tamper, to see beforehand, to review, to edit any report. The report has to be the report. Just like how the Auditor General report is the Auditor General's report, the report of the Commission of Inquiry, once the terms of reference and the basis is laid out in terms of what should happen, the report, the final report, once the process is fair, should be the report. No one should have the ability to tamper with the report before the report is being laid. What I would suggest, Madam Speaker, and I agree with the member for the 6 who raised this point, the ability to persons to be able to cross-examine if something is being said about them or something is being proposed or purported about them that is inaccurate, and have the right to even have a dissenting report that you have with the Public Accounts Committee. You have the right to dissenting report that could make part of the record, at least to have a discussion in terms of what a dissenting view is. I don't know how that has been done before, and we'll talk to the drafters to see if any regimes have had that level of dissent in terms of the discussion with these reports, and we'll be able to see that as we go through the committee stages. Now, Speaker, and it comes down to the whole point that has been raised by a former member of this House, and she used to say this, the whole issue of Section 25 that speaks to evidence. This whole issue of hearsay, and there used to be a saying in this House when our dear friend, blessed memory, the Lois Christopher was here. She said she's still trying to see who is them say in good grounds. And she's still trying to find out who them say in good grounds are. Because everybody like to say them say and then get it from good grounds. But the evidence don't ever match up to what them say or the good grounds that they're claiming. So there needs to be systems in place to ensure the veracity of these allegations are being put forth. And if documents are being shared, to ensure the integrity and authenticity of these documents. And it speaks to the whole issue of ensuring that how the whole process is managed. We've never done a good job in terms of document management. We've been doing a very poor job over the years, and we have to make sure that if we build this institution through this premier, we have to ensure that certain specific guidelines are there to ensure that evidence, once received, how it's managed, the chain of command, audit controls to ensure that they're not tampered with, to ensure that you're saying that this is the original and legitimate document that speaks to a particular subject, that it's managed in a proper way. And that has to be very clear in the law. And the penalties thereof for persons who tamper with documents that speaks to these type of accusations that are being levied against individuals. So that aspect of it, Madam Speaker, I believe has to be an issue that is dealt with very clearly in a particular piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I won't be much longer because I know we have another 5 or 6 members to speak, so I won't be much longer. I have about, according to my watch, 7 minutes left, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, Section 29 that speaks to immunities. I believe it's important for us to ensure that the immunities, not just of the commissioners and his staff and the people in which the commissioner employs, are upheld. And that goes for the persons who are being interrogated, given evidence, as well as the members of the House of Assembly, where our immunities are governed under Section 82 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, this point about award of costs. I believe this clause, Section 32 of the bill, Madam Speaker, is heavy-handed. It infers a lot of things. I'll read it, Madam Speaker, just again for the benefit of the public or those persons who weren't listening earlier. It says, Section 32 says, commissioners may, on their own initiative, and as an Honorable Skelton likes to say, on their own willful mind, or on the application of any person, by order, make an award of costs against any person participating in or summoned to appear before the inquiry, if they are satisfied that the conduct of that person has obstructed the inquiry in any way or added undue cost to the inquiry. And Section 2 says, the inquiry may set the award of costs at any level, at any level it considers reasonable, and that's what they consider reasonable, having regards to all the circumstances, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, this is powers not reserved for a commissioner. These are powers should be reserved for a court, and there needs to be a proper process, and a transparent process where a person has to go through to prove what is being alleged here. You're putting the powers, particularly in the hands of one commissioner or a group of commissioners, to decide on what they feel they should charge someone based on their feelings, whether someone has been breached based on as outlined in this particular clause, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is wrong. It is a clause that I believe that we need to think about. I think it needs to be removed from this act in terms of moving forward. Madam Speaker, again, the last section that I'll speak about, and I have a couple more minutes left, is the offenses and penalties, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this section again comes across extremely draconian in the approach and what is being suggested. Madam Speaker, we have to look at these offenses and penalties very carefully, especially if you're suggesting the powers be vested in the hands of an individual in terms of a commissioner or a group of commissioners, or vested in the hands of a governor to make these particular decisions, who are appointed to deal with these particular issues as it relates to commission of inquiries. And we need to ensure that we look at these particular areas very carefully. And Madam Speaker, lastly, the regulations. The regulations are going to be critical in terms of the operational nature of this bill. The clauses are very broad. They give very broad and far-reaching abilities for the governor to make decisions based on the way it's drafted currently. And if the governor solely has the ability to form and develop regulations, it says the governor may make regulations for the given effect to the provisions of the act. The governor, in his own willful mind. Nobody else, just the governor. Madam Speaker, we're talking about a democracy. There needs to be very clear checks and balances in terms of the process. No individual should have that level of authority or power to make decisions that could have far-reaching implications, as we have seen in the last Commission of Inquiry. We are now still reeling from the impacts of this. You have situations where you can't even, and I had a person, a department mentioned to me that even if they want to buy a battery, they have to go and get 3 estimates to buy a $2 battery. You know, and it goes to how far the far-reaching implications that some of the things that we've done as a result has crippled the country and the operational aspect of the country. And primarily, we need to start to claw back on some of those things that have crippled operations in the territory, administrative process, and has crippled economic output in this entire territory. The country is at a standstill. And we have to ensure that we have a inquiries bill that, one, be able to make sure that we have transparency, good governance, and all those principles that we talk about, but one that is fair, one that is not driven by one individual's perspective of what they feel they should do or what they should look at or what they shouldn't look at, but one that goes through a clear process and has clear tenets in terms of how we're able to assess the systems within government. And I agree that we need to be able to look at the public service and the way the public service works. We need to look at the police in an intrusive way if we need to look at what is happening, why we're seeing some of the things that we're seeing in terms of law enforcement. We have a report that was done that looked at those areas, but we need to be able to have a deeper dive to look at where we could fix those issues, not to embarrass anyone, not to create hysteria in the country, but once and for all, fix the systems in the territory. Because once we've done a lot of the things that we have agreed to do in the commission inquiry, they have to run on a system, and the institution of government has to work. Yes, we're going to continue to have the gridlock and the level of inertia that we continue to see in the government service and how things work in the territory, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the conversations in the committee stages. I think we have a lot of the work to do today, and I'm thinking that we'll burn the midnight oil, let's go as long as we can to get as far as we can with this bill. But I think I look forward to the discussions and the working with my colleagues to ensure we work collaboratively to address these issues and ensure that we leave out of this house, whether it's today or whenever we do finish the process, with a bill that is modern, a bill that respects us as a modern democracy and the work that we're doing to progress, and a bill that ensures that we don't have witch hunts. That when you call a commissioner inquiry, there's a basis for it. The person have a fair opportunity to answer to whatever the charges or accusations are, and you're going through a fair, transparent process that comes out making the Virgin Islands a better place and make the necessary improvements going forward. So I look forward to the conversation in the committee stage, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this bill. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start at the very back of this bill, clause 36. It says the Commission of Inquiry Act, Cap 237, is repealed. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about this bill already. I think it's been properly ventilated, analyzed, interrogated. So I wouldn't go through the clause by clause as other members have so eloquently done before. Madam Speaker, bills have many avenues of getting to this house. One of them is to the governor's office. And like you heard, at least two members said before, this bill is one that came through the governor's office. The premier had to bring it because the governor doesn't sit in cabinet. But Madam Speaker, I want to remind members, sit in the house, sorry. Thank you. But I want to remind members, no matter how or where a bill comes from, once it arrives in this honorable house, it is our responsibility to make sure it's a sensible bill going out into the public. The bills that we pass in this house affect the lives of our people. And Madam Speaker, while some people are hell-bent on delivering Hickenbottom, we need the same energy to deliver for our people, because they're determined, like a Bible. Whatever Hickenbottom says, that's what they intend to do. Even, and I got chastised for this already, even if it means the detriment of our people. So we have to be vigilant, Madam Speaker, to make sure that whenever it ends up in here, however form it ends up in here with, when it leaves here, it should make sense. Madam Speaker, I also have pieces of paper around me, so forgive me as I jump around, trying to stay within your given timeline. So, Madam Speaker, I want to go to what we're trying to repeal. I'm just going to read a small part of it, because I don't think people are understanding what we are really, really talking about. And while the member from the 8th said, why some parts of this are offensive, in his words. I want to read clause 2 of Cap 237, which is the Commission of Inquiries Act of 1880. Now, because that's 46 years after the abolition of slavery, 1834. 46 years, barely a generation.
It says, it shall be lawful for the governor, whenever he shall deem it advisable, to issue a commission appointing one or more commissioners and authorizing such commissioners or any quorum of them therein mentioned to inquire into the conduct or management of any department of the public service in the territory, or any public officer of the territory, or of any parish or district thereof, or into any matter in which an inquiry would, in the opinion of the governor, be for the public welfare. And Speaker, this is 1880, but two words jump out at me there. Opinion of the governor. We just gone through a serious exercise in trying to curtail opinions and discretion of ministers. But this is 1880. And Speaker, it's 144 years ago. And I'm always concerned, people say, for the public welfare, for the good of the people. Now, as my person, I'm one of whom you speak. When you say the good of the people, the BVI, you're also referring to me. I'm not a fictional character. I'm one of those people that you like to speak about, including the welfare. But I don't have an issue with an inquiry, you know. I'm going to go to, I went to one of the UK websites. I think it's called Public Inquiry. You can Google it yourself. That's right there. It says the purpose of public inquiries have been much debated over the years. Discussions peaked around the passage of the Inquiries Act 2005. This is in the UK. According to the former Department of Constitutional Affairs, now the Ministry of Justice, the government considers preventing reoccurrence to be the primary purpose of public inquiries. Jason Baker, who is QC, or KC now, at a time that the UK's leading authority on public inquiries, argues that the main functions of inquiries is to address three key questions. One, what happened? Two, why did it happen and who is to blame? Three, what can be done to prevent this happening again? This is fair enough. All systems aren't perfect. In our jobs, we do our best to make bad systems better and good systems best. That's what we're supposed to do. And Speaker, I go to the remit of the person who was doing the review. Hickenbottom D1. Hickenbottom, even before Hickenbottom decided to include this in his recommendation, we had already said this 1880 Act must be reformed. We didn't see the report then, but when he did his report, he included it. He says, I recommend that there be a review of the Commissions of Inquiry Act 1880 in the light of this COI. If I had made that statement, I would never say in the light of the COI. My words would have been in the light of their self-determination. Those would have been my words, and those words I would suggest this be replaced with. Nonetheless, we don't pass that. And the processes it has adopted, as well as modern practices adopted in other common law jurisdictions, it will remit to make recommendations designed to improve the conduct of commissions of inquiry in the BVI. No, improve the conditions of the lives of the people. Why are the people left out in these kind of important aspects here? And Speaker, inquiries are kind of novelty things in the BVI. And if you heard, when we had a COA going on here, it was like a soap opera. It was nighttime talk. You hear what happened today? Boy, he got a roasting. Oh, boy, oh, the girl, on and on and on. But inquiries in the UK, they are normal. At any given time in the UK, you have 2 and 3 inquiries going on. So inquiries aren't necessarily bad, you know. What is the intention now behind inquiries? If you go back in our history, you'll judge for yourself. The first inquiry we had, this bill came in 1880. In 1882. This was 2 years afterwards. They know what they were doing, you know. Don't think it was an accident that 1880, it was no arbitrary time. They passed the inquiries bill in 1880. And in 1882, they had the first Royal Commission. So a specific kind of inquiry. And the BVI was included in that inquiry. You know what I was about? The people in the BVI were complaining about taxes. There was a system in place where persons were being taxed to death. They were being taxed to death, and it created a fuss. If you're planting potato in Canham St. Thomas, you have to pay tax to get them there. You sell a potato, you buy medicine, you pay tax to bring it back in. That's why that inquiry in 1882. But that wasn't the last one. There was another inquiry in 1896. This one now was an interesting one because at that time, the price of sugar was falling because they had invented sugar beet, which was competing with sugar cane. It was deliberate. So they weren't making any money. What the planters did, less money for your crop, cut the people them salary. And they cut the labor wages at that time. And it caused a big set of riots in the whole colonies. They were burning down everything. And they called an inquiry then. If you look at the original act from 1880, there were a few amendments which I found quite curious. And the first amendment came in, I think it was 1933. Then it was again in 1963. In 1963, they made a little amendment to give the commissioner the powers of a high court judge. Because people are getting a little wiser then about certain things. And then I'll allow you later on to let you bring counsel into a hearing. This thing wasn't allowed before. Because when they brought in these things, they had a particular intention in mind, and they had a thing to do with the people being served. They were protecting themselves. We said after the commission of inquiry here too, that the people, after they went back, sought immunity to protect themselves from being sued, from being exposed, and from so forth. And Speaker, that first paragraph I read from the 1880 bill spoke of the opinion of the governor. Now, Speaker, it's 144 years ago. And it's just one impression on one part of this bill here, which everybody has spoken about. Section 3. So in 1880, it said the governor, in his opinion, can call an inquiry. Fast forward to 2024, 144 years later. And it says the governor may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this act to inquire into and report on any matter of public interest. We talk about a modern democracy, we talk about a modern partnership, but the language hasn't really changed that much. I mean, the language hasn't changed. So when members, I just want the public to understand why members call it offensive. 144 years later, you think we're on education now? I mean, what is it? Why would you think that the same language, 144 years later, is still relevant? I could understand 1880. Man had no education. People just 46 years off a plantation. After 400 years of slavery, 46 years free, you have time to catch up. So I could understand 1880. You could say, well, maybe the governor have education only. Yes, fair enough. Maybe then. But you mean 144 years later, you don't see a need to add in somebody else? We're still back in. I don't understand the intention here. Maybe it's an oversight, sorry. So maybe it's an oversight and they plan to fix it later on. And I hope it's an oversight because there's no way anybody could think that the language of 1880 is relevant. People have more educated people know than any time in this history. You name it, the BVI have more educated people now than ever. How can they still obtain? How can they still obtain? But again, I go back to what I said earlier. These things should not be for no COI. They should be for our advancement, our self-determination, Madam Speaker. And any bill that we bring to this House, and I said before, we should at some point in time get this thing what? For COI? No, for self-determination. The same energy preaching that bring to deliver Hickam Barton, we got to bring to deliver our people and bring them along with us. Where we are now is not where we are meant to be. I heard the premier, I think somebody said it is colonial sounding and feeling. Yes, it is because it came, Madam Speaker, from that era, 1880. Why should we accept this. Unless, like I said, it must be some kind of mistake. Somebody had a typo and meant to put in cabinet or the premier or something, and somewhere along the line maybe we ran out of ink or something and they forgot to put it in. But I guess when we get into committee stage, now sometimes the committee stage could be publicized. When we really, a few members said, do some surgery to make it relevant, not just to the COI, but to the advancement of our people. Madam Speaker, I just say everything has been said and ventilated quite properly before, so I'm not going to repeat any members' points. I think they were well articulated, but I support the amendment I proposed and for the committee stage where we can further do our surgery on this to make it a modern bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mata.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to the members of the House of Assembly. Good afternoon to those who may be listening, residents, citizens of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to offer my comments and remarks on the Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, in 2021, I sat as a citizen of this territory, confused as to why within our territory there was so much concern as to how things were being done, how money was being spent, and what could be done about it. Where leaders in the House of Assembly did not hear the cries of our people and continued to do what they wanted. When I sit now in 2024 in the House of Assembly, 6 members of us sitting in this house were not here, which means that the people of our territory sent a message to us. They wanted 6 new members in here, which means they took out 6. I think that was a powerful statement. But they were not happy. Madam Speaker, I was excited to see a system or a process that was coming to help the Virgin Islands see where we were going wrong, where we could question things that no one in here talked about today, such as the farmers and fishermen's grants, the COVID-19 grants, and other things, Madam Speaker. Because as a citizen at the time, I was concerned. So the COI, when it came, I was like, Madam Speaker, this is a process. But Madam Speaker, when members sat in the House and they screamed, COI come, COI come, COI come, what we did was, as a territory, we showed a little leg. But when the UK came, they hiked up the whole skirt. I thought y'all would find that funny. But Madam Speaker, the UK came and the UK showed us where we, as leaders, could have done better. And it led us to a process of examining our laws, our procedures, and who we are as a people and where we want to go. And I've heard the commentary this afternoon about self-determination. And as I said when we gave our remarks on the passing of Honorable Malone, I agree with that. But I also agree that we have to tell our people and show our people and build confidence in them, as the Deputy Premier said, so they know where we're going, Madam Speaker. Throwing words to the wind when it's necessary, independence, determination, self-determination, it sounds great. A member said in here that we need to put it in our schools. I hope the Minister of Education has been listening. Madam Speaker, when I started to look at this bill, and like many other members have said, the governor is in here all over the place. With a one-man show, they came into our territory and used one person, and Deputy Premier, love and admiration, but I have only seen one commission of inquiry in my lifetime, and one man should never step into another man's country by himself and have the authority to say what is right and what is wrong. 3 people at least, as the member from the 6th said, and other members have echoed. Give that strength to 3 people, because in this bill it talks about if you do not agree with something, you state why you do not agree. But the Commission of Inquiry report that we got in this last commission of inquiry had one person's opinion and one person's signature. And we're all in here debating a bill now, and we have to consider what we have experienced, and that's what I experienced. Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleagues when they said that a minister should have the right to call a commission of inquiry. I could have jumped up and tapped my desk 12 more times for the deputy premier who had the courage to say that the governor should also fall in this bill, where we as a people should be able to call a commission of inquiry, because I have said over and over again that one of the reasons we are where we are is because the previous governors did not do their jobs. And I will continue to say it, Madam Speaker. But let's go beyond that, Madam Speaker. Because as I started in my remarks, I was a citizen sitting in this country, not satisfied with my government and the leadership. There is no provision, there is no instrument in here for our public to call for a commission of inquiry. And I do not want to hear, because I've been searching Google for where there is one in the world. But the one thing we like to say is we're different to every other country. But when the courage for our great leaders to determine our destiny is not grasped and held on to as tight as the life that we hold and the offense that we take to the words corrupt, then how are we helping our country and our citizens determine their destiny? Madam Speaker, you know, when I look through this and I listen to my colleagues, I said to myself, a commission of inquiry, it says in here, you need to be qualified. 30,000 people and growing, and we have no one qualified. Madam Speaker, if you're going to talk about self-determination and talk about looking, then you need to start looking at where your people are going. We had one televised on YouTube commission of inquiry that we all sat back and we started out and we were like, okay. I don't like him, I don't like her, I'm glad they're getting into them. But where did that lead us? Madam Speaker, if we were as a people to start separating politics and saying, we need to look into this, and we had our own commission of inquiry, you know what we would do, Madam Speaker? We would help our people understand the process, understand transparency, and stop waiting for my cousins from up in the UK to come down here and show us how to do it. The Minister of Health said in the UK they have 2 ongoing all the time. So in the next 2 years, if we have one, or the next 2 months we have one, let it be called by us, not by them. Because one thing I learned when my mother used to beat me as a child, and let's use the word beat because that's what we do in the Caribbean, the correction was done for me to do better, not for me to wait for her to come around and cut my behind again. But the UK now reminds me of what I learned growing up, is when my mother went out and she grabbed a wild salmon and she brought it in. The UK has a big stick holding on us. And this legislation, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, is an example of that big stick. Madam Speaker, it says in here, Madam Speaker, it says in here, governor. The governor can, the governor may, the governor may, the governor may, the governor may. Madam Speaker, he's the only one in this country. Madam Speaker, there is a government sitting over there. Collective responsibility does not allow you to speak. Well, I've never sat over there, Madam Speaker. But they're making me scared to sit over there because I have the courage to speak. And I am educated enough to know how to put my words together to make people understand that I don't support it. So even though it said it's the governor's bill, it's the governor's bill, I understand that. It's the governor's bill. But as I sat here and I listened, I questioned whether or not it could be plainly said I had an issue with it. Because, Madam Speaker, to bring this to our people, and I will not be as brave as the member for the third and say be embarrassed to bring it, I would have brought it with a little bit more fire against it. Madam Speaker, within this it says many things. Madam Speaker, in here it says that legal counsel does not have to be required to have a practicing certificate in the territory. The end of next month, August the 30th, will be 3 years since the Attorney General of the BVI said that she did not agree that the 3 lawyers being used in the COI should be doing this without a practicing license in the BVI. 3 years later, we bring forward a document that says you don't need one to practice. Madam Speaker, if you could have take up a slap and thump up somebody and say your opinion, no matter, this is what it is. One of the highest learned legal minds in our territory, along with other people in our country, screamed and shouted that that was illegal. And we bring it back in here. And Madam Speaker, it'd be disrespectful if I tear or cut that section out of this thing and throw it on the ground. My mother beat me alone. I'll do better. Madam Speaker, my father was right there. He taught me to if I needed to, but that wasn't his way of disciplining me. He used his mouth. Madam Speaker, my colleague for the 6th, he's an attorney, and he picked up on it, and I saw it, and I said, why the school teacher find it too? Whether to allow or restrict cross-examination of a witness. Madam Speaker, you're an attorney. You're telling me that if you go into court, because in this document, it is referenced that it's similar to a court setting. You're telling me that I have to find out and ask Hickenbottom if I am allowed to cross-examine a witness who they're giving evidence about me? My friend from the 6th, you ever been in a courthouse with them tell you can't ask a witness to understand a question? Well, how we get this in here? This is a big stick, Madam Speaker. You remember that president? I went to high school. That president who had a big stick policy in the Caribbean, where you know that you had a big stick, you walk around. You see that big stick we got there? Same thing, Madam Speaker. Hold it up in the air. Because we talk about the suspension of the Constitution above our heads. I understand that. But when you wave around this thing and saying this is what I want and I bring it here. Madam Speaker, how many people from the BVI working in the governor's office helping us with this document? I hear we pay for this. Madam Speaker, this with a bill. How much we pay for this? You see, I are different to me. I ain't gonna allude to a name. I gonna call the name when I need to call the name. And I'm simply saying, how many people from the BVI are walking down there because we have educated people? How many of them are holding hands with all people and saying, this is good and this isn't good? Yes, the process of laying bills in the house, it comes here. But I have stood up here many times, I'm not being a hypocrite, and said that bills that come here are not polished. But this one here is polished. Madam Speaker, this one right here came exactly how it was supposed to come. Do as I say. Madam Speaker, my voice a little hoarse, a little tired, you know. See, got a word in here called public interest. When I was driving back here, I heard a member from the 5th define it. It's not defined in here. But you know what I find? A lot of us have a different opinion and definition of public interest. I would like to see an operational definition inside here. Because they're going to come back to haunt us. Because when you want to haste up the score, Madam Speaker, you're going to haste it up for any interest. Watch it. Madam Speaker, the chairperson of an inquiry shall deliver a final report to the governor. A lot of the members in here have talked about the premier, highest elected post in the territory. I'm not talking about the gentleman sitting in the chair, but he deserves the respect because he sits there. But also as a people, we need to also recognize that there is one side on that side and there's one side on the other. And if we make laws in here, I ask my colleagues, why is the leader of the opposition not included as well? You want transparency? You want people working together? Then put that person in that office and that chair also where it needs to be. Be different and think different. Madam Speaker, the governor going to get a report. The governor going to decide when he's going to share it. The governor going to decide when he wants to make it public. Madam Speaker, I can't trace my generation back to slavery on my father's side. Because in the UK, they were sheep herders and engineers. So we ain't get none of that colonial money. I could check again, but I checked. And that's why I'm saying it. On my mother's side, I could find a way back through the Anguilla roots and everything else, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, when I see something like this, all I keep saying to myself, 2024 or 1880? Because this doesn't sound like 2024. This doesn't sound like we want to have something that says to us, we have a modern partnership. You get the report, you bring it to the House of Assembly. What's the time frame here, Madam Speaker? 3 months. Madam Speaker, if you didn't pay your rent for 3 months, you better believe you're getting evicted. So if you got a report, why we can't get right away? Why 60 days? Why not 30 days? Why 30 days? Why 3 months? Who makes up these numbers? We just grab them from the air and drop it in the document. So in the committee stage, my colleagues, I come in after that one as well. Madam Speaker, yes, I had something here, Madam Speaker, bear with me. I've been quiet all day. All day I was quiet. I had something here. Oh yes, this is my last one here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I said this before. The UK has a very good way of telling us what we're doing wrong. They don't compare us to a lot of other jurisdictions unless it's comfortable for them. But they also compare us to them. Size, demographics, GDP, everything, they're way, way, way above us. But somehow, whenever it comes to spending money, they just spend all money. So the award of cost for anything pertaining to the Commission of Inquiry falls on us. They have one commissioner making a decision. He mess up, he don't do his job, we're going to pay the bill. We have inquiries going on right now. We have investigations going on right now. If they don't come to where they need to come to, the government going to pay the bill. Well, if you feel so confident in your commissioner and what your commissioner going to do, then put your money where your mouth is. They should pay the bill. They should be responsible for it, Madam Speaker. And if they can't be responsible, then let's do that modern partnership, which is 50-50. Madam Speaker, I have one more thing here, I think. Yes, I did the cost. Madam Speaker, there's some interesting jargon in here where it talks about putting questions to him or her with consent. You can't refuse to answer a question. Even in here, Madam Speaker, it said you can't insult. Madam Speaker, is that culturally relevant? Because I know in a court, I might say something within my culture, and my father and his family might find it insulting. That one concerns me, Madam Speaker. All right, Madam Speaker. I'm going to end with this one. Regulations. Many of my colleagues touched this. Number 35. The governor may make regulations for the giving effect in the provisions of this act. Madam Speaker, the UK likes to say that we are a colony, we are overseas territory. They like to behave like they're our parent. There are some parents them out there, Madam Speaker. They're there to chastise you, they're there to cheer you, but when it comes time to put the money down to help you get where you need to go, they don't want to do it. We know about that. Madam Speaker, something was said about furniture. I could tell you this. I want to beg and tell you that if I was sitting in the room and this was brought forward, just like how many, many years ago I heard a rumor about furniture getting thrown around a cabinet, I would have liked to hear a rumor about furniture being thrown around a cabinet. Because this is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. And for us to sit here as elected officials in 2024 and act as if this wasn't written and brought to us with a big stick in hand saying do and do now, because that is all this process feels like to me. Do now, do now, do before August the 31st, get it done. But then we use the words like rooted. How do you get a tree to be rooted? You plant it, you water it, and you watch it grow. You don't stick it in the ground, force the seed in the ground, and expect it to grow. The BVI has ways to go, ways to go. But holding a stick above our head, we passed that time. Our ancestors passed that time. But as leaders inside here, as many members said, Madam Speaker, when I got elected, it took me a long time to get accustomed to the title honorable. People would call me it and I would be like, honorable, honorable, honorable. It took a while, I'm sure some of my colleagues in here, it took a while for them to get accustomed to it as well. Madam Speaker, when I exit, whatever my political career is, I want to keep my head high because I want to feel and know that I was honorable to my people. Madam Speaker, I do not question the motives of the members of this House of Assembly. And I would never call any member in this House of Assembly corrupt. You were all, and we were all elected by our people to do a job. And I do not understand what it is that is said in cabinet. But I say this, for those of you that have the courage, when you have the courage to speak, because I've heard many things off the record in here, I will stand with you. Because at the end of the day, the UK is supposed to hold our hand and walk us, not walk behind us with a stick. Madam Speaker, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join with my colleagues on speaking on this important piece of legislation. It's a fundamental piece of legislation as we continue our march towards independence. At the end of that journey, Madam Speaker, we'll reach to a point where we say the buck stops here, it stops with us. We'll make the decisions and be accountable for the consequences. And this legislation, when done right, and that's what we are here to do this afternoon. It may have come here in whatever shape or form it came, but when it is done right, and where we determine that anything has gone off track, that requires a level of serious examination because of the implications of those actions, especially when those implications are systemic and have long-term implications. Madam Speaker, like many of our members, I'll join with the member for the 8th. I think he more than anyone else used the term offensive when it comes to this legislation. And I will say, the glass isn't always half full, but if you look good enough, you'll find something good. I see some attempts within this legislation to clarify certain aspects that may have been more shady in the previous legislation. So there is something good that was being done even in the 1800s. But the thing that we brought forward from the 1800s into 2024 is the same colonial premise. It was outright colonial legislation at that time, and there was no hiding it. That was what the status was. And at this stage, we don't call it that anymore. We have come up with other terms that suggest it's a partnership and all the various things that we might say, but I would say that this legislation falls right in the category of colonial legislation. Madam Speaker, I hope that we are on the countdown towards the cessation of legislation of this type coming before this Honorable House of Assembly here in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, the offending section number 3, just I think most of us would agree, it has resulted in a governor-focused bill. A governor-focused bill here for us in 2024. We must consider, Madam Speaker, as others have said, who can initiate an inquiry. The process must be carefully considered because inquiries cannot be brought willy-nilly. We must also be mindful of other pieces of legislation that allow for inquiries to be made. There are rights within the Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee, members of this very House, who can move for inquiry into certain matters. I also agree with those who have said that there should be no more one-person commissions. That oftentimes we have too many heavy things in the balance to allow it just to the opinion of one single individual. We should have more persons appointed as commissioners on these matters. I agree with a lot of what has been said, so I'll just point out one or two things here and there that I found needed my attention. I really do agree with those who essentially said that this bill reads, that is to say from the point of view of the governor and the FCDO, as a bill that will address anything that tripped us up in the last COI. Well, we come back like the revenge of the Jedi for this one, to say we're going to fix it. So the next time we come with one, all those problems that we had before, we won't have them again. And certainly in clause 11.2, where they speak to the persons not needing a practicing certificate, is particularly offensive, because I think that among the various things that came out in the last Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker, that was one that made the greatest headlines, because it went on to other challenges in courts and so on. And as a result, we see, and it shows, even though the bill came through cabinet, of course, populated by my colleagues, but it shows the direction from which it came, that it is their bill. And they are establishing the perspective as the colonizing power when we see it written as it is. Madam Speaker, I do not see how we would be able to pass this bill with a number of the provisions that are included in it. Madam Speaker, another area that caught my attention was the time in clause 20, the time to forward or to publish the report. Says the governor shall forward a copy of the final report to the premier within a reasonable time after receipt. And Madam Speaker, it is not too long ago when we saw, or it was told publicly to us, Madam Speaker, that the report of the commissioner had been received, and the governor at that time said, well, he has to look at it and he will present it publicly on such and such a date. But then we have the events of April 28, 2022, and immediately, like magic, that date was shifted, because it was left, as we have been saying all afternoon, to the prerogative of one single individual. We cannot allow that, just as they wrote this bill to fix the things that tripped them up. We must pass a bill to ensure that we are not tripped up, that we are not passing something that does not give an opportunity and fairness to all those concerned, because it is a bill that inquires into the actions of players in this system, except, as the Deputy Premier has pointed out, It does not inquire in its present stage into the activities and actions of the governor. Madam Speaker, coming close to the end of my very brief remarks, but it comes back to what I've said at the beginning, that this bill is focused on the governor, does not give opportunity for others to initiate commissions of inquiry. Most of the decisions come back to the governor, except that in Clause 33, I see where the costs and expenses incurred are in connection with the conduct of an inquiry. Those now shall be ordinarily be charged to the consolidated fund. So that one belongs to us. That belongs to us. They put something in there for us at the end of the day. They give us the bill. We couldn't make the order, we couldn't choose the menu items, but when it comes, they give us the bill. Now they sound like our children. Madam Speaker, if it is that the bill is ours, then we cannot pass a bill that is so focused on the governor. It must be on good governance, but not on the governor. Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with my colleagues as we pass this necessary piece of legislation. It is necessary, but it must be done right. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Luce Hodge-Smith.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity as well to contribute to this very important debate and discussion this afternoon. We heard earlier about the purpose of the bill, which is to repeal and replace the Commission of Inquiry Act Cap 237. Now, members talked about the content of the bill, but I just want to, now that I'm the last person before the Premier actually speaks, just to recap a little bit about what the bill is in case persons did not get a chance to read it. But there are 5 clauses. Clause 1 or Part 1, clauses 1 to 2, 5 sessions, thank you. By Part 1, clauses 1 to 2 would provide the preliminary matters. Part 2, clauses 3 to 12 would provide the matters related to the establishment of an inquiry. Part 3, clauses 13 to 21 would provide for the duties and powers of commissioners. And Part 4, which are clauses 22 to 30, would provide for evidential matters and immunities. And the last section will, Part 5, clauses 31 to 35, would provide for miscellaneous provisions. Madam Speaker, before I go into the very brief presentation on the sections that I found very interesting, like all my other colleagues that spoke before, I just want to recap a little bit on the COI of 2021. And of course, the purpose of that particular inquiry was to investigate in corruption or wrongdoing in the territory. There was a one-man commission. A report was subsequently submitted, which was made public in April of 2022. However, it was previously announced that it would have been announced or published in June of that year. There are some 45 recommendations, over 45 recommendations were presented in a 900+ pages report. And as a result, we're here today, members of the House of Assembly, spending long hours, many days, and we're to ensure that the recommendations that we had agreed to implement or pass as law relating to the recommendations of the COI are addressed as necessary. By passing these bills, Madam Speaker, we have to look into the future, and we just can't pass them for now just to accommodate the agreement that we made that we're going to address all of these recommendations. We must consider how they're going to affect us as a territory into the future. 25 years from now, how would these laws affect our people? How would they affect us as we grow old in our ages? And leaving it for the next generations to come and how it would affect them, we have to be very mindful. I take a pause, Madam Speaker, to recognize the work that has been done to get us to these parts of the House of Assembly when we come and we discuss and debate the bills that are before us. We go into committee stage and we go clause by clause, we make amendments, and then the bill is passed. But there's a lot of work behind the scenes, and I just want to recognize the persons who are responsible for bringing the bills, the drafts, the consultants who did the reviews of the different sections of the recommendations, and anyone else who contributed to getting us to this stage of meeting the August 31st deadline. But in addition to dealing with these matters, they're also dealing with their daily responsibilities as well. So I recognize everyone who play a part in getting us to this point. As previously stated, the current Commission of Inquiry is dated from 1880, 144 years ago. And this is the bill or the act that was used to establish the commission, one of 2021. And things, of course, 144 years ago was totally different. Life was different, situations were different. My honorable colleague mentioned a couple of inquiries that were existed shortly after the 1880 Act was passed, the Inquiry Act was passed. Yes, things was different, life was different, and we definitely cannot compare 1880 to today. It's totally different. When we remember talking about globalization and the fact that, globalization is a good thing, that, it's good for the world that we now connect to each other. And we're to the point now where I believe some people are so sorry that we asked for globalization, but it's here. But what globalization has done is it has educated the people, even those who are not educated. They have access to the internet, they have access to their telephones, they get all the information. They could reach the world in the palm of their hands with their cell phones. So they are aware of what democracy is. Back then, we didn't necessarily, in 1880, democracy wasn't a word then that you would consider. But it is now, and it's a worldwide word that is being used for people who are disenfranchised. And they will tell you that I have the democratic right to have the things that I need to have as a human being on this earth. So when we talk about continuing in ways in which to improve our lives, we must include the democratic process. As citizens, as I said, are more aware in their individual and collective rights as human beings, as citizens of a country. So when we look at this particular bill, Madam Speaker, the areas that I am most appalled with, there's a lot, but the ones that I really want to talk about, and they have been spoken about before, but it would be remiss of me not to mention these things and just to sit down and say, well, they've already been said. But it is a very concerning bill, and I agree with all that was said before, that it's a bill that we have to go through, that we have done with all the other bills, clause by clause, make the amendments, and then pass it. One that will be more of a, you will see more democracy, that it's be exhibited within it. There will be more of a balance instead of the imbalance that we're seeing right now. In particular, section part 2, Clause 3, the establishment of an inquiry. Clause 3.1, the governor, and we have regurgitated this and talked about this all day today, may by order cause an inquiry to be held under this act to inquire into and report on any matter of public interest. Yes, we know what a COI is, which basically is an investigation into a matter of significant concern, and we added for the public's interest. But I am also of the agreement that one person should not be making these decisions, or the governor should not be making a decision whether an inquiry should be established or whether an inquiry should be created for whatever the concern is, the significant concern is of the best interest of the public. It is not just the governor alone that has the people's interest at heart, or that the governor alone has the public's interest at heart. The reason why we are here in this honorable house, as our colleague across the aisle also mentioned, as honorable members, is because we want to serve our people. We want to serve our country. And we too have the best interest at heart of our public and our people. So it's not just the governor alone. So I don't support the fact that this bill is advocating for the governor alone to call an inquiry. And I also agree with my colleague as well that an inquiry can be called on the governor. I agree with that. So kudos to my colleague for being brave enough to say it, and I hope I'm being brave enough to support her as well. And the other part of this section, section 2 of clause 2A, appoint a one or more persons as commissioners. I do not favor appointing a one-man commissioner or commission of one person, because we just went through that and we see the results of it. I am of the view that we should have more than 3 or more, no more than 3 or more commissioners serving on a commission, because it gives an opportunity for different, no less than, yes, an opportunity to have different views, Madam Speaker. And being such an important object, a COI, in making changes, because the COI is addressing concerns. You just can't have one person making a decision, making all the calls, calling all the shots, and then they're the ones who have the final say. I think we should have one with no less than 3 or more, and then they would have more of an objective results of the recommendations. We have different opinions. We have persons coming from different backgrounds that can make contributions so that we can have the results that we want from the COI or the inquiry. The inquiry, of course, is to make changes, to address the concern. And of course, the result is that the concern will be addressed and move forward to make it a better situation, so that we don't fall back into what caused the inquiry in the first place. And again, what I also want to point out too is clause 11, section 11.2, it reads, notwithstanding the provisions of the Legal Profession Act of 2015, a person appointed as legal counsel pursuant to section 1 shall not, for the purposes of an inquiry, require a practicing certificate. That was mentioned earlier several times. And I find it appalling that we would want to make it a law that I consider lawyers, legal people, to be upstanding citizens. They're the ones that have to abide by the law. They're the ones that have to keep us in place. And to have them not, yes I do, and to have them not follow the law of the land, and to allow them to not provide a certificate or get the necessary certificate, I think it would compromise their integrity as individuals in this profession. And because it's required of every other lawyer that wants to come and practice here in the Virgin Islands, it is required of them. But we want to allow them not to, because they're being a part of the inquiry, that they will be exempted from requiring this certificate. I think it will be appalling for them in their legal profession that they won't necessarily follow the law of the land. So I oppose them not requiring the certificate, and yes, they should all apply as normal and acquire the necessary documents and permissions for them to practice law here when it comes to the inquiry. The other one that I wanted to mention, clause 12, remuneration of commissioners and staff. The governor may determine what remuneration, if any, shall be paid to any commissioner appointed under the Act, and to their secretary and to any other persons employed for the purposes of the inquiry. It was mentioned earlier that the bill for the inquiry will come from the consolidated fund. Now, yes, there's a section in the Constitution where the governor has access to, take funds from the consolidated funds and do what he wishes. But in this case, if the government is going to pay the bill, why is the governor being the one to decide what the remuneration will be for the commissioners under this commission? So I believe that, yes, he may have an input, but we have a Minister of Finance, and this bill should mention, at least given the common courtesy and respect, that the Minister of Finance will be considered or consulted before the final decision is made on what the commissioners will be paid, excuse me, especially if it's coming from the taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, I will close here. My voice is going from me, but I recognize that this bill has a connection to what we have experienced with the recent Commission of Inquiry. And as speakers have said before, it's kind of fitting a purpose for the governor's office or the governor himself in terms of what they would like to see done in future inquiries. But we really, really have to pay close attention, and I know we will in the committee stage. We will pay close attention to these clauses, make the necessary amendments, and then pass this bill, the one that will be for democratic and one that will have balance and not be imbalanced, where it is currently in a position that the governor does everything. The governor decides, the governor says may or shall or may consult or will do. It's one-sided. There's an imbalance. But in today's modern democratic society, modern democratic world, it is not acceptable that one person will make these decisions based on the experience that we have had in the recent COI that was recently held here in the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, with those words, I close my contribution at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I won't say too much. The members of the House spoke clearly. I'm not quite sure how anyone can argue against many of the points which have been made. Very strong, very salient points, Madam Speaker, and I believe that members have spoken with conviction on behalf of their constituents and in the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands, which is what should be expected, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've spoken a lot about democracy today. We've spoken about the difference between 1880 and 2024. But in the spirit of democracy, it can never be expected that the House of Assembly can simply rubber stamp a bill which has come from the governor's office through cabinet here to the House of Assembly. And to simply seek to rubber stamp a bill sends the wrong message, Madam Speaker, because that's not the role of this House of Assembly. The role of this House of Assembly is to listen to the people of the Virgin Islands and to act in their best interest. And we would not be true to ourselves if we did not do as the people of the Virgin Islands have instructed us to do, and to act in what we believe to be their best interests. Now, Madam Speaker, it's been said before that we have to do some surgery on the bill. And Madam Speaker, I accept that. I accept that surgery will have to take place, as is what is being stated, because that is the will of the House of Assembly. Just like in the United Kingdom, the will of Parliament is supreme. In the House of Assembly, the bill that will leave here and go to the governor for assent must reflect the will of the House of Assembly. And to accept anything less than that is to believe, in fact, that we are inferior to the people of the United Kingdom and other persons in the world who have parliaments, who make laws. And I do not believe that we should be treated in an inferior fashion. In fact, I know we should not. And that's not something that I accept. Madam Speaker, I also accept that, of course, members of the House would not want to do as much work on the bill as is required now. But let me just say we have a job to do. So regardless of how the bill comes here, it's our job to make sure that we fix it and make sure that we have the best bill coming out of the House of Assembly as possible. And of course, Madam Speaker, I should also emphasize as well that we have to do our part and get the bill to the governor for assent to meet our obligations under the COI. And I believe very firmly that the House of Assembly will do what it has to do. So I think it would be much better, I do agree, if the governor's office recognized that it would be easier to take a more collaborative approach, work together, and get the bill to the House of Assembly in a way that reflects more collaboration. I think that is the better approach. But we are where we are, and we will do what we have to do to the bill, and then as it pertains to assent, that will be another process. But certainly we must stay true to ourselves, and we'll have to cross that bridge when it comes, Madam Speaker. But I would hope, it would be my wish, that democracy is respected. And as we have said before, Madam Speaker, conducting inquiries, there's nothing wrong with being able to conduct inquiries. So that's, and I haven't heard anyone in the House speak against the act or the process or the power to be able to have inquiries launched. And of course, you get the results of those inquiries, and persons will be able to benefit from the information which has been gathered. So no one is against that. I think everybody is secure in that. But it must be an inquiry that respects the laws of natural justice and reflects modernity, what is to be expected in a modern society. And so, Madam Speaker, we have some work to do to ensure that we have a bill that offers the adequate protections that reflects our modern society, that doesn't seek to simply remove obstacles from this commission of inquiry which has just passed, to make it easier to accomplish certain things in certain ways, but the one that is fair all around to all concerned. And from what I've listened to today, Madam Speaker, I believe we have identified the areas to make this bill a much fairer bill, a much stronger bill, a much more modern bill, in keeping with where we want to go. And I'll just close off by saying this, Madam Speaker. I heard a number of members refer to it. But we spoke a lot about courage and about bravery, Madam Speaker, being courageous and brave to perhaps maybe stand up and say we disagree with this or disagree with that. Madam Speaker, I want us to show the type of courage and bravery that will allow us to lead our people into a different type of relationship with the United Kingdom. Let's reflect that courage and that bravery by being able to step out boldly and to say we want to take steps forward in the management of our own affairs. And we have a constitutional review which is coming. Well, we have a constitutional review which has happened, but we have negotiations which are coming. And I'm hopeful that I'll have the support of the entire House in taking steps towards greater autonomy, and that we'll have a real dialogue with our people. And we'll ask our people, let us be brave, let us be courageous together. Because for me, it does not make sense to continue to put ourselves in a position to have these same conversations over and over, and to go through these same experiences over and over. If we have clear examples of relationships that don't reflect where we want to go in life and the way we want, what we want to achieve in life, we have to be courageous enough to say we want a different relationship and to be able to step out on faith. You know, same God who took us through the difficult times in our past, before we had this modern economy that we have now. Same God that took us through slavery. God will take us through the next step of the journey. And let's have faith and let's step out on faith. There's nothing for us to fear. Let us move forward with courage and with confidence, because God has equipped us with the tools we need to take the next step, as opposed to continuing to argue with someone about respecting you, respecting your human and your civil rights. I don't want to continue to be in that position, Madam Speaker. So having said that, I'm looking forward to going through the committee stage of this bill and doing what's required to get a proper bill that we can present to the governor for assent. And we look forward to him respecting the democratic process so we can move on to other matters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as the Virgin Islands Inquiries Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is in committee.